Welcome to this week's edition of the 7th Mario Maker Celebration. It is week 5, this ongoing anniversary project which began in September to commemorate the 7th anniversary of Mario Maker 1. As usual, all of the level codes are on the 7MMC website that we have linked in chat, along with the long versions of the level descriptions and maker profiles. This week's animated trailer is not up yet at the time of this stream, although it is, I understand, coming. It's just that a lot of things for this week's set were apparently finalized very late in the process, and so... Nevertheless, the levels seem to have come together, and we have yet another batch of 8 with a couple of returners, as well as a couple of new phases, including some makers who are, I think, relatively obscure. Should be quite a treat. And we'll begin with Pinball Repair, the latest creation by WBC, one of the masters of globally loaded looping music in this game, who had previously delivered that Zelda puzzle music level just 2 weeks ago in the week 3 set. And WBC this time around says, I dedicate this level to everyone who helped me with making looping music, which is the same description as what we see on the website. So, without further ado, let's go, and of course, as usual for a WBC music level, let's hope our own local audio holds up. So, how exactly are we repairing the pinball table here? We shall see. Okay, 50 coin up here. It is obtainable. I think so, anyway. And we could have done things the easy way, but why would we ever do that? So, what are we seeing on the right here? Icicle, music, something or other. Anyway, checkpoint's going to be on the right side. We'll see what that's all about soon enough, but first of all, let's load up. It is going to be a vertical music zone, and we'll see what the track is going to be very, very soon. Alright. As usual, we'll be keeping an eye out for secrets. There are 5. Aha! Of course. It's a pinball table, so here we are. Wait. Audio is dead. That is unacceptable in this level. Let's fix that very quickly, since we're just getting underway. The music track, incidentally, is exactly what you would expect it to be in a Nintendo-themed pinball level. I feel like we should start over so we can hear the beginning of the track all over again. So, just one moment. Let's make sure everything's working. Audio had been going without a hitch lately in recent streams, so it's unfortunate that we have a bit of a glitch right off the top, but at least we noticed it before things got out of hand. Welcome in, Mario. Anyway, as I was saying, it's a pinball level, it's a Nintendo game, you know exactly what this is going to be. It is Waluigi Pinball from Mario Kart DS. Recently reintroduced into Mario Kart 8 with the DLC level pack. And truly one of the all-time classics of the series, as far as track design is concerned. Anyway, this is a puzzle that would require us to escort this poison mushroom over. I feel like this muncher is just asking to get bumped, perhaps, but I don't think I'm supposed to take damage unless there's some kind of freeze frame detection that's in play here, unless maybe there's a block that I'll hit that will dislodge the muncher. That's exactly what's going to happen. And we'll use nighttime repulsion to move the poison mushroom accordingly. And we'll solve little, totally harmless puzzles as we go. Very much characteristic of WC's levels, that they are very gentle to the player, but they're still very mechanically engaging in some unique ways. And naturally, we're going to have some balls in the pinball level. So, with all of these lemmies that are just barely out of reach. Anyway, we can grab this. Interestingly enough, that's going to dislodge the twister and move the boom boom. I feel like we'll need something to ignite the bomb, and we don't know what that is yet. But I think if we move Twister over, we're going to find out. There we go. Lovely interaction there. With an element that is sometimes a little forbidding. What would Twister behavior being what it is usually? We need to load something into the clown car, so it's going to fire at the ice block to the left. It's going to be something that spawns from the pipe, and it is once again going to be an exercise in mushroom repulsion, where we... not repulsion, rather, attraction, I should say, because it's going to load up into the clown car and fire. We have not yet experienced any locations of pink coins, but we'll keep an eye out. Looks like we're going to hit this block and get rid of the blaster. That's going to affect something with the seesaw, I'm sure. I see the red pipe there. I feel like we should get it back on screen to spawn something. And yeah, it is going to be power up propulsion in a night theme using the flower to proceed. Excellent. Anyway, up we go. And a little more of these seesaw shenanigans here, but we're going to once again repel the flower, get it to dunk the muncher, and that's going to dislodge the spring in a totally harmless fashion to get it within reach. Of the uniqueness of each of these interactions, that is something a little bit different every time to add some variety. We're going to get within icicle range. Why are we getting within icicle range? We're not. Because we have to drop the trampoline and bump everything over in that boom boom stack. Now the way that we should do it then is... I would have thought that the icicle is within range. Apparently not. Oh, there we go. And seesaw interaction here is going to spit out this trampoline here for me to use. Yeah, very unique mechanisms all around while maintaining a pretty consistent theme, I think. Love this little solution here, just allowing the Lemmy balls to proceed with the use of the donut drop. It's something very inventive at every step here. But anyway, here's a part that actually looks like a pinball table, except we're going up rather than down. And I suppose, yeah, these would be bumpers, and this would be the well. And I guess the Koopalings on either side are just operating at pedals. Now, there's a pipe to the left, pipe to the right. There's a one-way panel on the pipe to the right, which means I should check this first. Okay. Not going to be it. Still no sign of the coins, but perhaps it's going to be in the next globally loaded segment. Looks like we need to bump something here in order to proceed. And here we're going to have the horizontal scroll segment. Yeah, we'll hear it load in with some percussion to begin. And here we go. And then this is going to be a bit of a Koopaling fight here. Oh, it is going to be a continuous auto-scroll. We just need not get bumped, and we do need to collect all of the coins along the way. Very fancy. Pretty generous with the mushrooms too, although we shouldn't get too complacent. And that's another bump. It is possible to fall down to the spikes here, but probably not too difficult to get out of trouble afterwards. Everything's going to be within this checkpoint, so we should not expect any kind of safety coin. It'll just be 5 coins in a reasonably accessible location. But there's going to be a bit of a safety anyway, just to confirm. Final coin at the end. We got about 100 seconds left to look at whatever is going on with this little thematically appropriate secret. Notice how each of the balloons is color-coded to the surrounding encircling power-up. And that Lemmy's just going to have a little bit of a bounce. Because that's what he does. He doesn't pop anything inflatable. So, pretty gentle introduction to this week's set. And we're going to hit the goal and get out. Always a treat to play something by WBC, and repairing a pinball machine is no different. It does kind of remind me that I haven't really put that much time into the latest set that was released in Mario Kart 8, which once again does include the HD version of Waluigi Pinball for the first time. As always, we're going to try to remember to take a look at the artwork on each level, although with everything having only been out for a day, we shouldn't expect too much. And look at this is absolutely mighty. And yeah, we too were part of the 50 coin gang. I wonder where people are claiming to have gotten softlocked. Because I certainly don't see it. But I guess I wasn't looking too carefully. It could be a mistake on the part of those players, given how this is going to attract people used to higher clear rates, but we never know. Maybe there is legitimately an issue there that we just didn't pick up. Regardless, here is an appropriate Waluigi, Barnstorm here, who has caught on to what's going on thematically, as Barnstorm tends to do. A parody of a level made by a Japanese maker whose name I can't pronounce. Probably another pinball level, and I think I'm going to have to ask WBC or RBC alternatively about that. Because I'm sure he would be happy to let us know exactly what that was based on. I think I might know which pinball level he's talking about, but I'm not entirely convinced. So, with that out of the way, let's get to number 2 in this week's selection, which is going to be Bullet Bell Battlements by Dr. Lint, who is a maker who is new to me, but who is supposedly mainly a traditional specialist. Regardless, wield your trusty cannon box and cat bell to escort the bonsai to victory. So, the lengthy version of the description on the website reads, dash through this dangerous castle full of blasters, bonsais, cannons, and cats? Whatever you do, don't lose your bonsai buddy. He's your only ticket to escaping this deadly fortress, which may be the only proper use of the shooter level tag. So, I assume that we'll be swatting some bonsai bills with the cat, which I know from experience, having made a level that used that very early in the lifespan of Mario Maker 2 is actually still surprisingly unknown to a lot of players, because it just doesn't come up in a required fashion all that often. But we know it quite well, in fact. So let's just be aware of the hitboxes and slap around some bullets if we can. And it is going to be Cannon Box plus cat, so maybe some fence climbing with cannon fire can be expected. And yeah, we're going to have to follow along here. Notice that this is going to be another series of pink coins that we need to be aware of. Whoops, once again falling a little behind the auto scroll since we were doing the initial read. And I did see the first pink coin, but I was too busy reading the sequence to do the pickup properly, so we'll just need to go a little faster, not stall for so long on the donut blocks, and that's coin number 1. And so, whoops, missing the wall jump. That's okay, we're just getting warmed up. Pretty clear to me what the sequence is going to be, so... Yeah, as long as we don't spend too long on standing on the donut blocks, I think we're generally going to be okay here. Okay, yeah, the swamp would be in the way otherwise. This was obviously a wall jump. We just needed to pay a little more attention to it. With that coin column coming down the left side. Okay. Nice little cheer from the level here as we grab that first coin. I think we may have to miss the 30 coin this time around since we're just doing the initial read. Notice the donut blocks up top, which seems to imply very heavily that that's going to be a drop zone from some other exit, perhaps, or perhaps just some other obstruction on the ceiling. We'll see. I always have a habit of charging the shot whether I need to or not. Sometimes, as you can see, some of the donut blocks up top are actually just decorative. This one is definitely something, though. Oh, no, it's not. It's not something at all, and we're not supposed to kill that. We are supposed to escort it all the way to the end because it is blasting through everything along the way. And the auto-scroll speed ensures that we're not going to lose track of it. Everything is just going to be synchronized to a consistent bonsai build position. So, let's continue. We'll eventually want to grab that 30 coin, but it is not this day. Whoops. It is this day, and we're going to lose it. Let's try this again. Let's try to gain some time on the auto scroll. If we, whoops, tried to do a correction jump there, and that was very unfortunate. Yep, just need to be reasonably accurate in some places here. No need to shoot to poke it. We can just go down like that. Whoops, no, I'm just missing that. Jump location. Trying to jump up to the 30 coin and wall jump up from there. That's obviously the thing to do. But we're getting some accuracy sorted out. And we'll eventually get back on our feet, I'm sure. Nope, yeah, once again, I'm just not calculating my momentum properly when jumping up to the 30 coin. I think maybe a spin in place to get up to that wall is probably going to be much better. I do want to demonstrate getting to 30 coin. It is there for a reason. Oh, 1 second. I know we're failing at something pretty trivial here, but I do want a bit of a proof of concept. Getting a nice 30 coin position taken care of cleanly. Nice drop over here. Okay, no. You do need to wall jump over to the left if you do that. We're just trying it out. I mean, the 30 coin isn't really required for anything other than a moral victory worth 30 coins, but I always try to do optional content like that, just to see if the makers are playing fair and to experience a totally optional task by ourselves. And then, yeah, that's pretty obvious what that is. I haven't seen any red coins lately, though. Oh, no, we lost a bullet. Okay, so here's the second coin over here. There were a couple of higher locations we didn't check there. It's pretty clear what I did wrong there, though. That's just an initial read. We will, of course, be going for 100% of all objectives in all levels today if we can. So far, in the course of 7MMC, we've been pretty flawless about optional content, so I see no reason to change that now. But yeah, it was the higher location there that we missed, and so I don't know if we missed anything else in that location. Yeah, we were a little bit late reading the POW there, so I missed that shot before going down. At that point, we have 2 pink coins. There was one location that I didn't really check with a camera that I probably should. And we'll see if we have an opportunity to see everything if I can. Slightly after the 30 coin, the location I'm talking about. Yeah, okay, so it's just a platform up here that lets you go up high. And this is location here. Ah, okay, nothing there. Yeah, sometimes the camera is going to leave just enough open space off screen that I do feel the need to check it in case there is a coin placement, but sometimes it is a little bit of a trap. And that's just a peril of having a level like this where you are using both halves. It feels like we've been playing so many levels lately that only use the bottom half in order to constrain the vertical camera position, that it's actually kind of refreshing to have one that has a bit of up and down movement as we go. That pokey totally caused some problems here. We'll just scout ahead anyway, just to see what we can look forward to, and we've seen everything up to this point, with the POW shot coming shortly after the pokies and pink coin number 2. Oh, we'll head down. Feels like we're a little behind pace here this time, but whoops. We'll try to make it work. But yeah, the 30 coin is kind of deceptively hard in that it throws off your jump trajectories rather by just enough that it kind of interrupts your flow, and you have to be pretty clear about what it is you're trying to do if you're going to attempt it. Okay. There we go. Feels like I'm a little behind pace once again, but yeah, donut blocks are required there. And bonsai is required here, but we haven't checked this location. This is going to be 3 coins out of a possible 7, so it might be 3, 3, and a safety as far as we know, but we don't know much about the pacing yet, so in the meantime, let's just grab the next 30 coin up here just to prove that we can do it. And look at that, symmetry. Very, very important. Always worth checking. Anyway, let's be relatively accurate about our cat climbs here. I'm overshooting somewhat. As you can see, I just had a bit of an inaccuracy there, and that was enough to cause problems. Interestingly enough, killing that first bonsai didn't seem to be too much of a problem. We're spotting another one anyhow, but possibly I'm wrong about that. We'll have to keep the cat suit, try that segment again, and see it properly. Okay, up we go. So yeah, it's going to be cannon and then cat, and then probably a segment that's cannon and cat. Certainly what I would expect. Looks like we'll need both here. Oh, nope. A little bit slow on the uptake over here. So some of the timing windows are actually pretty constrained, even though the mechanics are fairly straightforward and simple. Just have to look at all that accordingly. Okay, and yes, you can in fact get within swatting range of that bonsai. Oh, swat this guy as well. Whoa, okay, a little bit late on that. I dropped down there, and it took me a moment to see what was going on with the on-off switch to the left. You do probably need to swat that pokey and get it out of the way in order to reach that switch expeditiously enough, so we'll go for it. Following the coin trails for the cat climb patterns is probably something pretty important to do here as well. You need to be mindful of that. Yeah, because occasionally I'm not quite doing a full climb. Whoops. It is getting me into a little bit of trouble when it comes to gaining sufficient height. Oh, and we were too late to take care of the thwomp, so unfortunately this is going to be a squish and an awe. Chespundzo, welcome. Alright, let's try this again. Yeah, even just one big whiff here and the controls can be enough to sink a run of this level. Just... Whoops. And even one accidental climb like that could potentially be a problem. We're just not particularly careful about the fences that we're gripping onto. Okay, we need to be mindful of this next thwomp. Yeah, we need to send a thwomp ahead, and then we need to go down low even further to get down to the lowest level. Because otherwise the auto-scroll is going to constrain me that way as we get bunched up against the bullet, so... And yeah, Chespundzo, hope you're doing well. As you know, there's no particular requirement to be particularly verbal here, so grunts and mumbles will do just as well. Okay, we're a little late. Yep. Once again, thanks to an accidental wall cling on the way down that column where that pink coin was located, so that slowed me down slightly and unexpectedly, and even just minor fluctuations of timing like that are enough to cause some issues. Oh yeah, that's right, you are speaking Bermudan. We didn't spend a lot of time there. I mean, you saw where we left off yesterday, I think, with one of the tests complete. Okay. Ah, okay, so you are supposed to slide down the slope by maintaining the ground pound. That's how to smoothly complete that motion. It took me a moment to read that, hence why we kind of flubbed the ending of that sequence there. The coins themselves are fairly trivial, at least. But once again, accidental climb. We need to stop doing that. Yeah, the accidental climbs are really kind of causing some problems here. Usually just by misentering an up diagonal on the D-pad. Which may be a bit of a bad habit of mine. And which causes more problems in a 3D world style than anywhere else in this game, just given that 3D world and its various mechanics are much more sensitive to up inputs. Okay, we're actually a little ahead of pace there, and nope, not anymore. Okay. Last jump there was probably unnecessary, and yeah, once again, just a tiny bit too slow. We'll scout ahead here just to show off what happens. We will not make it to the end here, but because we're missing one bullet. But I do want to show it off. Yeah, as you can see, one last bullet is supposed to trail us over here. Now, what's the SD lock prevention here? I don't think there is one. I think this is actually just a straight-up SD lock. Unless... I feel like there's... Oh, okay, no. Yeah, and then that eventually kills you. I feel like there actually was, perhaps in an earlier version of the game, and perhaps it was something that patched out, there was a way to cross a one-tile gap into a pipe using the catsuit. I remember this from way, way back, that it is possible to use the catsuit, or at least was, at a certain point in the lifespan of Mario Maker 2. And it's somewhat likely that was patched out as a glitch, but I don't really know if that's the case. Because I remember some puzzle lock at some point using that as the gate mechanism. And I'm pretty sure it was unintended behavior, and so it might have been something that's been long gone from this game for quite some time now, but it does ring a very distant bell. It's not something most players ever knew about, so it would not really have been fair to use that as a mechanic, but Oh. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like we had much of a good opportunity to enter there. Yeah, it looks like it is just a timer that drops fire on you. That's pretty much the only form of SC lock prevention. I mean, it works. It is SC lock prevention, but, you know, it does feel like it was a bit of a band-aid solution or afterthought. Maybe necessarily so, just given the nature of these mechanics here, requiring bullets to break things open. Whoops. Totally sent that guy in the wrong direction. Let's not accidentally restart at the beginning, though, given that we are already at checkpoint 1. And we'll try it again. Okay. Yeah, there was one bullet earlier that we just slightly overshot. That seemed to be the issue we ran into. This one right here, in fact, with a slope. Yeah, we should be able to get up here without too much trouble. Don't need to tap that block quite so much as I've been doing. Ah, pincoin to the left. We missed it many times because every time it has been off camera by the time I got to that location. So you actually do need to get down there fairly quickly and aim directly to the left there in order to grab coin number... I think it's 4. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, previously I just didn't see it on camera, and I'm glad we finally did. It's coin 5. Coin 5 is that spot, so we do need to outpace this level as much as possible in order to do that cleanly. But it is going to be in the next location over here. It is difficult to spot unless you're very quick about getting past the thwomp. There we go, we got it. And we kill the thwomp, we get up above, and when things do succeed here, things look very clean. And everything should come together here just fine. That should lower itself. And we should have coin 6 up above, if I'm not much mistaken. And it's just a safety coin remaining, so let's see if there's any additional checkpoint with a final segment, or if we are just going to get right out of here. Okay, this room is not dependent on the on-off state, so it didn't really matter if the previous room was all smashed up. It is just going to be a beautifully disguised number 7. And we'll pop everything around it. Looks like this is likely to be the exit on this side. And something down here? Nope, nothing that we can reach. I think we just have to go out the way we came. Although there is that little on-off switch state block that's on the top left. I actually kind of wonder if that is anything. That seems like it might potentially, yeah, give you another bonus room if you basically manage to enter this quickly enough without having created any issues for yourself by waiting too long to enter the door. I'm not sure what object this is. I wanted to say banana, but that's probably because I've just been playing far too much Monkey Island. But anyway, we'll stare at it a bit until we figure it out. It's something important. Might be a maker's signature from Dr. Lint. Or perhaps just something really obvious that I'm not seeing here. Anyway, let's not die to the donut blocks down below in the bonus room. That would be extremely embarrassing. Let's get back out. So yeah, just a little bonus here for people who enter the warp block for the key quickly enough to dart their way in. It's a bullet bill eye. Okay, it totally is. Thanks for letting me know that. Let's avoid the flagpole. As you can see, we're hitting the top of the flag above the area we saw below, which was just about to reveal the flagpole in a way that I could not previously see. So, we're going to grab that after lowering this donut block for no reason. And there we are. And yeah, thank you for spotting that word, Ted. I definitely wouldn't have been able to make it up myself, at least at the resolution I'm playing at, so. That's another 100%, and that's number 2 from this week out of the way. The next one is by a maker who is very familiar to this stream. We've featured his level selection many, many times before in the past few years. This is a new level from Donkeyman. By the way, you have to give some special recognition to the dancing thwomp with a safety helmet. That is... And basically wearing a headset too. I think the cannons are kind of a headset. That's in the thumbnail image here. We've seen the whole thwomp with track arms for limbs thing in a couple of levels before, but this is a particularly nice design. These smooth down thwomps... Oh, we didn't look at the comment art, if there is any, in the previous level. Pretty sparsely played so far, so maybe no artwork to look at just yet, but you know, we can always check back later in the week. I'm glad the Bonsai Buddy isn't spyware. Yeah, I agree. It blows itself up. Works for me. Anyway, these smooth down thwomps are safe to walk on and spin on from the side. The alternate description on the website reads, "Thwomps are in tight spots, so feel free to use them to your financial advantage." We'll do that. Document is a maker who really does understand how to do unique things with offsets, often including things like blasters. Yeah, we've seen towers like this before. You can basically just spin up against them. I've seen this concept somewhere, but maybe not with these one-way panels obstructing things to make them totally safe. So basically the idea here is that you run up straight across to the wall. The one-way panels keep you safe, but a spin jump hitbox is able to interact with the thwomp such that you can go up the tower. So we've seen the tower mechanism before, and perhaps interacted with it in some unintended circumstances. I'm thinking of a particular thwomp puzzle that I think was in 4YMM, where we basically went up a thwomp tower like this as an alternate solution. It's way in the back of my memory. And of course, no, you can't just jump onto thwomps on top. Of course, on top of the stack, they're still going to kill you the way that thwomps usually do. But yeah, using this in conjunction with one-way panels is quite nice because you can see how all the hitboxes work out such that you're safe from the spikes on the right side as well. And you get a little spin up top. You get this location that we checked previously, as well as this thing that we popped here only once you reach the key door after having obtained a key on that side. This teaches you that you can, in fact, walk across the thwomps because it looks like the semi-solid has some kind of priority. But then you have to spin because you can walk over the thwomp from the side. The level description says something similar. You can walk over the thwomp from the side, but you die if you try to jump on top of them that way. So you do need to do a spin jump. That's a very odd interaction and definitely a difficult one to communicate, so you have to give Document a lot of credit for being able to do that successfully here. Document, speak of the document. Welcome. Okay. We obviously do have to take a little bit of damage here because of the issue with the icicles. So, this teaches you that the mushroom isn't going to get you to that gate. You have to take damage, and it teaches you in a safe environment that falling on top of the swamp is going to deal damage, even if you had not learned that previously on your way up. We did, of course, learn that the hard way previously on our way up, but that's just the way we do things around here. So, 7 MMC over the rainbow. So, we need to run across from the side, so we're going to go down here, run across, and run across. But then we need to get rid of this thing, probably using that Koopa shell that we saw earlier, and which we dismantled all too quickly, so I guess we need to reset the room. You can fit all the rules in the description, that's okay. I mean, I feel like this has actually been a really instructive teaching segment. I don't know what the death rate is going to be like there. It's going to be quite as bad as mine, but, you know, we'll take it. I think we just need to surpass everything here. With this jump, no, we need to hit the Koopa and then use that to jump across. And then we run back across to grab the shell and then use that accordingly. Yeah, it kind of got a puzzling sequence to it because, you know, you just need to keep the rules in mind and apply them in the correct combination. So it is very much like a puzzle platformer level. Perhaps in a way that is much more pronounced than a lot of document creations we've seen in the past. But yeah, this ensures that you don't just do a jump up above, that ensures that you do have to run into this segment and experience the thwomp for yourself with these boots that you have on. But it's going to be over. And then we don't want to do that. We want to hit the on-off switch first. Okay, and then that allows me to change my jump. And this allows me to fire, except we'll need to follow it up pretty quickly in order to make it through. So, I bet we could recapture the shell, except no, the fish bones take it out. I was thinking at that point, oh, if we recapture the shell, maybe that's a path to a secret or something, but the fish bones do account for that. You wanted to literally make a puzzle former. Well, we're certainly forming some puzzles. Okay, let's... Oh, I was about to say, let's peek up the vines a bit so we can see what's going on with the on-off switches here. The bomb needs to be in the central location above the cloud in order to activate the on-off switches. That means we're going to have an up throw, but we will need an up throw from ground level. Which means that we will need to spin the thwomp over to the one-way panel, land on the right side, and then grab the bomb while it's ignited, and then up throw it. I think that's pretty clear. So, whoops, missed it. Because that's what we do. There we go. Very nice. Interestingly enough, if you come down... I didn't get a chance to test this. If you exit this room and you come back down, do you get the on state with the bomb? Because I wonder if you can hot potato a bomb over to the next room, depending on how you manipulate the on-off state, if it doesn't automatically toggle the switch to off when you enter. But, oh, there is no enemy check here, so potentially you could actually take a bomb here, couldn't you? Unless there's a switch reset. There is no switch reset, so if you went up the pipe and then back down here, unless there was a switch reset in the previous room, which there might be, what's preventing you from picking up a bomb in the on state, taking it through here, and doing absolutely nothing useful with it in this location? Toggles if you're on the other side. Yeah, that makes sense because it's of the way the wall works in the room before that one, the wall on the left side. That makes perfect sense. Okay. Something up there with that thwomp. We have a thwomp wall up here. We do need to up throw something towards that piranha plant, I think, in order to get rid of it, except we need to be a little bit more careful with our bounces here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I assumed that you wouldn't have missed something like the toggle or something. It was just a matter of, you know, whether you were accounting for that in a very overt fashion or not. And anyway, let's break this. Let's come down here. And let's try it again. 7 MMC. Okay, same thing here. We will, once again, do this whole sequence. Let's have this next. Well, let's actually pay attention. Paying attention to the things that we have already solved is perhaps a very important part of making it through. Anyway, we really don't see enough puzzle platformers in Mario Maker 2. Because it feels like sometimes there's too strict a separation between people who are making puzzles and people who are doing, you know, things like Team Jump or what have you. And so, it's very refreshing to see this. It seems like this style of design subjectively felt much more common in Mario Maker 1. I don't know if that's true, but I feel like that's the impression I get. That it is a style that has in some ways gone out of fashion, just with the way that a lot of Maker design became balkanized. But yeah, as I was saying, in this room there is definitely a reset. We saw it coming in from the left side, and it's true coming in from the right side as well. That's the shell check once again. And we'll go over here. We will do the bomb stop. We'll try not to be off target, and yeah, things are pretty lenient here with that throw, so we'll make it through once again. Also, I noticed my sound is dead. I hope that has not been the case for too long. This is the second time already to stream after having had no issues recently. So we'll make sure we get a proper sound mix going for you. Yeah, very important to get this right. Especially with that Waluigi pinball level that we saw earlier. Okay, here we are. Okay, should be back now. Let's do this. Now, this is going to teach you what the collision logic is going to be when you do an up throw with a shell. This should deflect the shell into the middle. And then we spin jump off the thwomp on top, and then spin jump over to the left side column. Note that we haven't seen any of the pink coins yet. That seems like it's something important that we'll deal with immediately over here, in fact. Probably just with an up throw. Interesting enough, so the spin jump is going to go up the thwomp column, and we don't know yet what the interaction is going to be with the Koopa when we move up towards it. I assume we can't just touch the Koopa from the bottom, so we're going to have to think about that. Perhaps. Yeah, I mean, I was hoping to spin lower down in a column and then wrap around the Koopa, but we didn't really get a chance to do that, so possibly there's some other interaction at the bottom of that column that I'm currently missing. We'll go back there and we'll try to determine what that is. I do believe that is the first pink coin that we've seen so far, though, so... we'll just go back there and learn all about that obstacle. Whoops. Anyway. A lot of this level, I think, on repeated attempts is actually just going to be about paying attention at all times and not falling into any bad habits about assuming things are going to be spin jumps or normal jumps. I feel like that's likely to be a trap even once we have solved various obstacles along our way. The execution requirement, though, is pretty gentle once you have seen what it is you're supposed to do. Okay. Nope. Let's reset this. We were previously doing pretty well with that up throw, but... yeah, notice the way that everything is loaded into this room as well. I'm trying to pay attention to how the offsets are set up, but we haven't had a really good look at it so far, so we're going to get a look at it again here as we come back down. I assume that the thwomps are staggered in the way that they are because the editor would otherwise prevent you from doing this specific placement with the stacks, because the thwomps, when they're on stacks, do have a way in their large size of kind of interfering with quite a few more squares, and it ordinarily would, so I assume that's why you've got Thwomps 2 and 4 here, located in the upper position, so they actually fall into place without interfering with the editor placements being an absolute pain. That's my assumption anyway. It is a very nice full floor. It fits in very neatly, you know. Once again, just working around a lot of the placement limitations. The Mario Maker 2 editor sometimes being very strict about its stacking rules. Especially with how objects on stacks are going to be aligned or when they read as officially attached. It's interesting that you can't place them this close to each other, but they can exist comfortably this close to each other. Yeah, exactly. You just need to do it in a very sneaky fashion. It's a very good solution to it. No, let's remember the on-off switch first. Before we do anything silly. Okay, there we go. And thank you so much for the follow. Nope. That little jump there at the end did me in. Well, after having had no trouble with my first 2 throws or so, we're suddenly missing the cloud every time. That's okay. We'll make something happen. Yeah, just trying to be mindful of how long I'm leaving the bomb once it's ignited so we can get it into place on that cloud carefully, but without taking too long to do so. No, wait. That's, once again, just instinct there. Overriding my knowledge of the level. There's not really much momentum carrying through to that up throw. Exactly, it's very easy to overestimate. Anyway. Up we go. Yeah, I feel like the Thwomp placements that you have going here... Oh, interestingly enough, notice that you do fall down here because it is preloading some kind of offset mechanism under the Thwomp sets that already drops off the track by the time you actually make it down low on the donut block. I see. That's what manages to get everything in a proper place, eh? But yeah, it would be interesting to play with it some more and see what else can be done with the various offset techniques here. Yeah, a lot of sloppy setup down below that takes a second. Well, the 7MMC text works pretty well as a momentary distraction, so we'll get back here. And once again, let's try to do the bomb throw correctly this time. Let's not spend too long in the air once we bounce it. There we go. And that's lodged properly. Now that we're not overcompensating for presumed momentum. Yeah, so you can bunch up right against a one-way panel and this will align properly. And now we need to take care of this thing on the left. It is going to require me to grab the shell somehow to get an up throw towards the coin, but... Or, of course, we could always shell jump it if we're feeling fancy, but we don't feel fancy. So... I think we need to wrap around it somehow. No, too high. No, too low. That's okay. We have no more shell here. We need to get the shell back. Unfortunately, I think that means I'll have to eject myself here. Okay, great lock prevention as usual. Very subtle lock prevention too. I would barely have noticed that outside return path if we Hadn't actually required it. Oh, no. Once again. Maybe to wrap around is not the way I should be thinking about this, but we'll go back there and try it again. I was thinking it had to be a wraparound. You know, in that you kind of jump away from the thwomp stack and then back up, but there might be something I'm not thinking about properly here with how that's going to work. Why don't I just jump up to that shell directly? Isn't that the sensible thing to do? Imagine that, and then we can pick it up from below. I have to estimate our height accurately for once. We're not shell jumping it. And I assume there is a shell check in the next section, but if there isn't, we'll be mindful of that. Here's checkpoint 1. We only have 1 coin in tow so far, but we'll perhaps be looking for 1 coin per section, plus a safety. Anyway, here we're going to think about whether we want to hit the Goom right away, or if we want to leave it in place for after we have launched the blue snake block. I feel like we want to leave it in place, because the idea will be that if we get on the blue platform, depending on how the overlaps work, and I don't know for sure how the overlaps work because the thwomp positioning in this game is, in this level rather, is so strange, maybe it loads it to the right side. Now why would we want to do that? When the point is to get on the right side thwomp and break out of that position. I think it's actually because we want to spill this guy into the middle, because then you have a short spin jump location to use on your way over. Also, if I understand this correctly, if we think about the thwomp semi-solid overlap in the previous sections as equivalent to the thwomp and skull overlap here, I think the skull may actually be able to take me over to the thwomps without any issues. That, yeah, this is actually a teaching segment. We should bop this, and we should stay. But then you need an up throw rather than a jump in order to remain safe on top of that thwomp. So the semi-solid overlap that we saw before is equivalent to the skull overlap here, and that's how we should think about it. You're glad I didn't try to do the wraparound spin jump. Yeah. That might have soaked up quite a few attempts. Oh, interestingly enough, we got dislodged even after the up throw. I wonder how that happened there. Probably with the way that I fell off the skull platform, perhaps. Yeah, because we need to run off the skull platform onto the thwomp, because if we're unloaded from the skull platform at the very end, that registers as a landing from the air. I think that's the way I'm reading this, that we need to run off of it onto the thwomp, maybe not. So falling off the skull platform onto the thwomp is still a no-no for some reason. Well, yeah, because you no longer have a platform. So I think we actually just need to up throw and jump it right away. So I'm throwing it up, and then let's think about this. So I'm hitting it, but then I have a very momentary opportunity to go through the blocks, perhaps. We're trying it with hitting the Goom first. Yeah, you can totally hit that block, but then I'm not successfully jumping out of that. Probably because there's a spin jump there that I need to do, where I can up throw and maybe immediately spin jump. I think maybe that's the idea. Nope. Hang on. Airplays, welcome. Or I get loaded on top of the thwomp and then... Whoops. I don't actually need the Goom to hit anything at this stage. So spin jump is actually how I should be thinking about it. There we go, like that. But then, do we need to Goom for anything else? Yes, we do, on the right side. We actually do need it, so... but we now have an off switch. But I feel like losing it in that position is now getting me into trouble. what we should have done is leave it in place somehow. But how exactly we're doing that? Yeah, because we absolutely need to throw it into the 10 coin position over there. Let's rethink this. I assume there will be a switch reset. Or maybe there isn't. I certainly can't hear one. Ah, yeah, there is, of course. Yeah, we do need to keep it. But I can up throw it into this location and it'll walk here. That's what it is. We throw it onto the bridge. And then we spin jump out of that. Oh, I was trying to spin jump. And then I got loaded back onto the blue platform, so that was not quite what I needed to do, but it's close. There we go. Very snappy once you do manage to execute it. And then we managed to get the spin, and that's the correct thing to do, which it didn't do it very accurately. That is the right idea. Yeah, so we do want to kind of fall off the left side of the platform so we get the spin going without being loaded back onto the blue platform too soon. Once again, just kind of spilling out of there when I'm hanging left. We're hanging left a little too aggressively, and maybe hitting the block a little too far to the left as well, so... Oh, I really should stop doing that. Because I'm just tapping the left button once there, and that's enough to spill me out. So we're kind of overcompensating for the directional issue I had earlier. But if we hang over here, we should be able to get onto the swamp. That is the solution. We've got it. Notice this swamp activation over here. I actually do want to move it to the left because that gives me a safe landing zone. And notice that this teaches me as well that if I'm standing on this platform, a thwomp that comes over and slides over doesn't harm me. Oh, interestingly enough, we need a little more height here. Possibly by spinning off this guy. Yeah. Okay. We need to move him over. And then, whoops, and we need to race it over. There we go. And over to Booze. And then we need to... Yeah, no, I knew the stack was going to come over here. I just didn't react very well to that. With a properly high spin jump. That, once again, spilling out of that location. Yeah, because I'm a little over-eager to pull away from the skull platform to correct for its forward momentum. And it's not really how I should be thinking about that. I can just go straight up with a spin without compensating for direction, and it's going to work perfectly fine. So we'll keep that in mind. And we'll wait for this thwomp to come over in order to get a spin going. And once again, it's going to be spin, spin, spin. Old habits die hard, and that matter, so does Mario. Okay. Down we go. That question block here is what is known as bait. I tried to spin jump there. Oh, I see what happened. I did a spin jump, I fell back down onto the platform, I spilled off. Stuff like that is happening a little too often. Very responsive 10 coin collection there, of course. Let's wait for one more. Would be interesting to watch some of the speedrunners take on this, but up we go. Looks like this is there to activate the skull platform again, or rather make it available again in the event that you do jump on it and then back onto the left while it's already been activated. Let's scout ahead. I think this is definitely a scouting location. So you can actually look at this in advance and figure out what a sequence is going to be. So, do we have space to jump on the Wiggler and lower it? I don't know. I feel like we're supposed to kill the Wiggler using Goom throw. As we know previously, if you do jump on the Goom right away and then get back onto the platform, you are able to up throw it, the way we did previously, and then we would lower a platform after that, but then why would we want to do that when we want some way to get up to the Thwomp platform? Let's see, because I think what can happen is that I can take the Goom with me through a door and reset with it on the left side, if I am not mistaken. No, I can't really, because we can't really do the pickup at the moment, since we are forced to fall down low, I think. Yeah, we have to remember that it is a slow white platform. We actually have plenty of time to fall back onto it and then take the Goom outside afterwards. You can one-cycle everything and it's really satisfying to do. Yeah. I was looking at some of the timings there and thinking that if I'm just a little bit faster, the speedruns must be a lot of fun to watch. And hopefully, you do see some of that streamed. People going for some proper records on this thing. Okay, 1 second. This is not a single cycle and everything, but close enough. Not really that close, actually, but you know what I mean. Okay, anyway. On this side. Ah, yeah, I see. So, we need to jump off that platform a little bit sooner. We get back onto the White Skull platform. We throw the Goom to the right side. Then we use that to get on top of the Thwomp stack. I see it. Whoops. Barnstorm, you'll try to improve on your time from 43 minutes? Yeah, we'll see if we can match your performance here. I suppose that means I have some Barnstorm comment art to look forward to. I certainly hope so, anyway. We did make note of your Waluigi pinball art earlier on in WCBC's level. Oh, once again, same issue here, trying to spin jump and spilling off instead. Okay, it's pretty nice, you say. Okay, great. Up we go. Whoops. Once again, muscle memory here is wrecking a few things. You're looking at it right now. Well, we'll see it on the broadcast soon enough. For some definition of soon enough. Whoops. Let's see this come over again. Alright, 2 to right, 2 to left. And, oh, once again, just got a little caught on a wall there when I was trying to jump, and then we just got stuck. Trying to jump a little too early, actually, and I just got bunched up against the wall on the right side. Hey, look at that nice central position of that throw this time. Whoops. Nope. Let's try it again. Nope. How am I missing that? And yet surviving. Whoops. There we go. Anyway. Oh. Forgot to grab the Goomba. That was kind of important. So we could actually get a spin off of it. Cannonball is going to come in a little bit too slowly for me to use that instead. The Cannonball is actually going to get me over. It's going to be Goomba, Thwomp, Cannonball, Thwomp on the left side. That's the sequence. Okay, here we are. Speaking of doing a first cycle for a change, that was really satisfying. There we go. One additional bounce on a thwomp would probably have helped there for timing purposes. We should keep that in mind. Yeah, Natcat, game audio has been really bad to me today, actually. This is the third time it's glitched out, at least. It's been going so fine recently, too. I'm trying to make a couple of back-end improvements here, so the stream isn't just creaking to a halt from technical issues. That's okay, we got the music level out of the way without any hitches. So that, at least, was salvaged. Regardless, though, we want to maintain our focus on actually beating the levels and giving you some reasonable footage to look at. Yeah, very easy to trip over that thing. Here we are. And up we go. Okay, great. Except we need to go over and out. And unfortunately, it looks like our opportunity there was kind of limited. We'll need to think about that coin. Because in order to obtain that coin, there's one additional step there that or one additional timing there that I'm not quite hitting. We'll have to determine what that's going to be. Yeah, once again, let's pay attention. No, that's bad. Let's not do that. That's a problem with thinking too far ahead in a level like this, is that I'm sort of thinking spin jump when I'm doing a totally different segment that requires rather different inputs. No, bad idea. Interestingly enough, I wonder if that's doable, actually. No, I don't think so. I think the boost stack is going to, just as a 3 boost stack, creates too many issues with that. Anyway, we're not going to try it, but it would be impressive if it could be done. Whoops. We're not going to get ahead of it this time, okay. I have to say, the timing here is really well tuned on this little mini chase over here. It's very specific in some ways. Over we go. Okay, good. Let's get this cannon within view. I feel like we needed to jump over and then get back onto the thwomp this way. It's okay if the stump pushes me, because we would remain on the thwomp, wouldn't we? I didn't really think about that for long enough, since things were happening pretty quickly. Yeah, it took me a moment to even notice that the stump push was there, and that the stack on top of it was going to be out of the way of that. So, we'll need to get a better look at what that obstacle is, and react to it in a somewhat more sensible fashion. Once again, muscle memory. Yeah, a lot of needless steps here so far for something that seems mechanically pretty simple, but it's just very easy to outthink yourself, perhaps. And trip over everything in sight. Let's give the skull a bit of room. That's too much room. I'm always a little wary of landing directly on the skull platform as I'm coming down the blue platform, so we're overcompensating slightly in that segment and paying a fairly heavy price for that. Anyway, let's toss things over and see how they go. And up. There we are. Okay. Here we are. We do know this segment at this point does allow me to just jump straight over. Should be able to anyway. Nope. Once again. Whoops. Landed a little poorly on that corner over there, but we know the general idea. We just need to land on the piranha plant with a little more accuracy than what we've been exhibiting here so far. Whoops. That's okay, we'll get there. And up we go. Yeah, I really do like a lot of the timings here. Just give you the perfect amount of breathing room to react while still being time sensitive enough to add a somewhat appropriate amount of tension. Okay, once again, let's run around this thing and whoops. Yeah, a little bit of a mid-air correction there that didn't account for how the thwomp wasn't going to go all the way over. It is a little bit offset by the way that stack bumps the wall on the right side. So it's just a bit of a poor estimate of where the thwomp was going to stop on my part. Off by just a few notches there. Okay, it feels pretty smooth when you actually play that well. There we are. Anyway, let's hang left on this time. We just need to aim for the icicles without hitting the icicles. That's the principle here. Now, as far as this stump goes, all of that is bait, but we do want to kill the spike, I think. We do want to kill the spike, and so I need to get ahead a little bit. Hit the spike first, and then allow the thwomp to pick me up on the way over while I'm already on the ground, and have the stump push me from there. That's what we're going to do. I just hadn't really had a chance to look at the whole thing yet. We hadn't really even thought about the spike at all as an element of that until that previous attempt just now, so quite a lot that we need to fix up there when we get back. My voice sounds like I commentate for golf. That's an interesting comparison. I think we've had somebody mention that before, but I really know nothing about golf apart from what I've played in Nintendo games and the many iterations of the classic NES golf course that has since returned in Wii Sports Golf and Mario Golf and everything else. But if there's ever an opening for the PGA World Tour, hopefully somebody will take your recommendation. Who knows? Okay, let's go down. Let's not go down at that point. Let's pay attention here. He's a smooth voice to commentate for golf, yeah? No, compliment is definitely appreciated. We've heard some pretty interesting comparisons and suggestions in the past when it comes to where people think my voice could fit, so... Let's pop this over on this side and actually hug the wall properly this time. Okay. Over we go. I felt pretty clean that time. After a while, I think this style of obstacle actually does become second nature. I mean, you can't be complacent about it, but... You know, the further along the level you are, the more this just kind of intuitively makes sense. Where the issue is less about the reading and much more about the execution. Oh, that was close. Yeah, my eye should be on the icicle in that location. Okay, once again, we're going to hit the spike and we'll let the Thwomp Stack carry me over. That's assuming I want to hit the spike. That's a big assumption on my part, but... whoops, once again, we missed that. Really big assumption on my part, but we'll... get back there and we'll try to make that happen. Oh, whoops. Yeah, once again, you heard the spin jump sound. I certainly didn't see the spin jump animation, but that's what happens when we just have a tight collision of events like that with a one-block ceiling. And we'll try to clean that up somewhat. Okay, here we are. Once again, let's keep an eye on the icicle, not on the thwomp. That's the idea. Yeah, once again, just spilling over the side here. We do need to come to a bit of a dead stop as we hit the spike. And by dead stop, I mean we certainly don't make any kind of correction jump at that point because we want to get ahead. I'm overthinking that spike part. Oh, I almost certainly am. Yeah, we probably just need to park ourselves there and let the stump do all the pushing, but... Having the coin get ahead of the Thwomp Stack, though, or encourage us to get ahead of the Thwomp Stack, though, definitely made me consider my options there. Well, we'll go back there and we'll overthink it some more. Because, you see, now I'm curious. If my approach is not the correct one, I'm curious to see what it actually does, just to see where my interaction was going to take me, even if it's not going to be somewhere successful. Just out of curiosity. We won't blow too many attempts on this kind of experimentation, but, you know, that's easier said than done. Alright, let's walk this over again. Yeah. Actually, I think the placement is done such that doing that at all is just going to be a mistake. I think we just need to kill the spike or preserve it some other way. And we'll default to letting the stump just push me over, and we'll worry about all those question blocks later. It does seem like the spike is supposed to gate me off from the left side there, though, but we don't know that for a fact yet, just having not scrolled far enough to really interact with that segment. Okay. Yeah, that last location on the second last thwomp here seems like it was probably a challenge to design. Like, it's tuned around such a specific sequence of events, and a specific timing that needs to feel sufficiently relaxed. I can definitely tell there's quite a great deal of subtlety to how this is tuned in order to work. Anyway, up we go. And what do we have here? So yeah, this time, once we get past this segment, we'll just try to let the stump push me. We'll see what that does. We haven't really tried it properly at all. We'll park on top of the coin. Ah, no, because as soon as you spill off of that... No, we just need a spin jump there. That's all the question blocks are encouraging me to do, is to spin jump. And we have a sequence of spin jumps that will happen on top of the thwomp. That's going to kill the spike, and that's also going to maintain a safe position above the thwomp when I do get pushed off of the rainbow semi-solid. That's all it is. Spin jump in that location. That's literally all it is. Yeah, no, it was just a matter of getting back there and looking at it properly enough, which I hadn't created enough opportunities to do. And in fact, when we see rows of question blocks like that at a one-tile ceiling, we should be thinking in terms of things like the spin jump as we get pushed. Because that's a pretty specific trigger for getting around those obstacles in a satisfying way. That's just going to activate everything. And we don't want to hang left too much because of that boost stack. I wasn't really even hanging left. It was just that we do need momentum to point me to the right. So Toadette can pirouette. Yes, she can. And we're going to demonstrate that, starting with the next attempt, which I'm sure will exist. For all the wrong reasons. Here we are. Well, it's feeling a little bit smoother after a couple of additional attempts. Whoops. Totally fell off of that there when I tried to aim the spin jump. That was rather embarrassing as a way to go, but it's Toadette's turn, so everything will be fine now. Everything will just work. That's what pigtails are for, just to make the spin jumps fancy. It was true of figure skating. Maybe. That's probably true of Super Mario as well. Okay, let's wait for the cannonball properly this time, before we lurch our way over. And we'll jump around. Yeah, once again, maybe we shouldn't rely so much on a stump push. We do need to nudge our way over to the right to maintain position along with the thwomp. Because allowing the stump to push me is just going to lead to problems with the boost stack as soon as I get released from that one-tile ceiling. We do need to not just do that on autopilot here. Anyway, forward we go. In some ways, Toadette's spin jump is a bit of a bonus of visibility. This makes certain things easier to visualize when you're switching between regular jump and spin jump. Anyway, let's do this. Off switch. Yeah, that's correct. For a moment I was thinking, should I have done a spin jump there because of that thwomp? Apparently not. Anyway, it's going to be checkpoint 2, reset. Only if you come back through this door, though. And so, yeah, as predicted, it's going to be 1 coin per segment plus a safety at the end. And that's why you reset, because there is a time-sensitive thwomp snack on the other side. So you pretty much need to go immediately, I think, in order to ride out the tower. Through this boss sequence over here. Oh. And then we need to head back down on the left side. Once again, a very subtle disguise for the reset on this segment. With the fish bones coming in, of course. Anyway, up the tower we go. Now, why do we need the Goom here? Because we need to spin over it to get over to this side. Very gentle reset once again. So yeah, as we said with the first segment, kind of nice to, whoops, see how well the reset corridors kind of blend into the level as exits on the side. Almost kind of like the sides of a pinball machine, which is obviously on the brain because of the pinball level that we saw at the beginning of the stream today. Okay, there we go. We're trying to jump on top of that to get on top of the on-off switch, and that was just a miss. But then, yeah, you throw the Goomba to the right, you spin jump on it to get back onto the thwomp elevator. That hard block there on the top right, that's causing problems. Let's try to fall directly on the wall, perhaps, and not spend so much airtime just getting onto the stack in the first place. Yeah, it really does constrain your falling, doesn't it? Whoops. Yeah, I'm just missing. I have the right idea, I just don't really have the right locations for doing certain interactions along the way, so... Yeah, much better. If you don't hit your head. That's the right idea. Once again, just poorly located on my part. Yeah, nice short spin jump there. We'll do the trick. Here we go. No. We want to spin on top of the Wiggler, and then that takes me above. I'm going to scout this out first, even though we've missed a train already. Yeah, let's just scout it out. Top of the thwomp, top of the thwomp. And then we need to race this over. You know, this is kind of interesting, because a lot of these individual segment designs do resemble the Skytree races, where you pop a vine and you're just trying to, you know, pop blocks on the way over to make sure the vine continues to grow. The style of interaction is very similar, but of course all built around a central thwomp mechanic. So we'll just read each of these sort of puzzle-like segments properly, because you obviously have to sort of fall off there and then continue this way. What happens if you are on the right side of this? That's not a lock, is it? That can't be. Yeah, because what if you hit this, stand on the right side, and just sit there? How is that? Where's the lock prevention going to come from if you do that? I don't see it, but I'm sure there's something, I just don't see it. You found throwing from all the way back on the log bridge makes it line up pretty well. Ah, that's why the semi-solid is there, okay, yeah. Let me take a look at that semi-solid to see what you're saying. Oops. Yes, that's right, because that just lets you back out, yeah. I understand. They blend in so well that, as with the semi-solid and ground segment of the original reset, well, at the beginning of the level, it is actually pretty well disguised. so your attention isn't necessarily drawn to the reset mechanism, but if you're stuck, there's a pretty self-evident way out. Whoops. We're still too close to the wall here. We need to throw to Goomba a little bit earlier. Just to give myself a little bit more room. Yeah, still missing this like crazy. We just need to predict the Goomba position a little bit better if I'm not throwing directly at the wall. Spike certainly discourages me from throwing directly at a wall, even though it is doable, I think. We just need to be more accurate. Okay. And then up we go. Nope, just a little too long. Yeah, semi-solid right here. Anyway, let's not die to Buzzy. Trying to shell jump up the left side corridor isn't going to help when the Thwomp stack is going to be long gone. Yeah, very nice way to elaborate the Thwomp Tower mechanic into a boss-like segment. Very clear finale. Yeah, short bounce there is going to be just fine. And plenty of opportunity to catch up there as well. I feel like we didn't want to do that. I think landing on a mole and killing it probably is correct. But then you need to race things over to the Thwomp, and then if you get on the Thwomp quickly enough, then the Thwomp gets lifted while you're on top. And because it's on a fast track, it's going to allow you to catch up with the original Thwomp stack on the right side, so... It's going to look very neat when we actually make it happen, but first we need to make it happen. And yeah, we can cut some of the exits out the top of the stack when we see that it's time to exit. It's going to improve our timing somewhat. Okay, there we go. Plenty of time to spare, I'm sure. Nope. Spin jump on that, and then spin jumping on top of the Thwomp will get the second Poke out of the way. So. You did everything right there, except you need to be faster. Yeah. I tend to be a little slow on first reading just because I'm spending time reading and, you know, reading my way through things, which doesn't lend itself too well to the initial blind read. Whoops, no. Getting the standard jump on a Wiggler is obviously going to be death. Yeah, there's always a little bit of initial hesitation as I'm wondering whether I am reading something correctly. Spin jump on that first mole actually works pretty well as far as the... Whoops. Objective of lowering some of my jump heights is concerned. I was saying. Maybe not at that distance, but... Rather like the synchronization of the music cue as well. That did not go unnoticed. Whoops, nope, nope. Yeah, if I land on top of the Wiggler, I pretty much rob myself of the chance to change that into the spin jump. At least if I react that slowly. Okay, low bounce over here. And we were a little bit ahead of time there. That's made obvious by the fact that I actually had some room to work with. I'm approaching the mole. Oops. Okay, missed it. Took me a moment to react to that. Once again, interesting use of the spike tops on the offset stack. Yeah, it just took me a moment to react to how quickly I was getting out of that segment. As I was getting launched past the one-way panel towards the thwomp on the left side. And we're still on the lookout for coin 3 somewhere along here. It does feel pretty great once you've gotten some of the steps figured out and just need to execute the sequence, and we're racing to do it in time. Yeah, one too many bounces there, but we'll make it. It actually feels pretty smooth and accurate once you do it properly. Oh. Slide, I guess. Ah, okay, so you need to get there quickly enough to fall towards the coin, or of course you just grab the coin on the first pass and then just reset the whole thing. If we were a little bit faster, we could have done that, but let's fall down and lose the coin. Not necessary to lose the coin, you can always reset after that perhaps, but the smooth way to do it is, of course, on the first cycle, which is entirely doable. That time, we just needed to have the first time reaction to the presence of the coin in that location, so once again, a little bit ahead of pace here, which is great. And 3 bounces there will be adequate. An additional jump there isn't going to throw me off too much, thankfully. Whoops, reading all of this initially is going to slow me down slightly, but we're going to make it. Look at that. Very nice. What's on that cloud on the top left? I guess we'll never know. Well, Olive, welcome. 7 Murasami castles. Yeah, 7 Mario Murasami castles. No, 7 mysterious Murasami castles. That's why 7 MMC with the what is it, Takamaru animation. Yeah, that's how we're going to interpret that. 7 mysterious Murasami castles. And look at this, you've got the MMC design inside the balloons here as well. That's very cute if you look at the track segments carefully. Lovely artwork here. And very well earned, if I do say so myself. And yeah, we're going to pop out onto Yoshi here, I suppose. And we're going to chase some rainbows. Thank you for the GGs, and thank you for dropping by to watch that document. I see that I at least defeated Barnstorm's record by about 4 or 5 minutes. That's the important thing, the moral victory. Let's take a look at the comments, because as we were saying earlier, there's at the very least going to be Barnstorm artwork, if not some other ones as well. Now, once again, thank you so much, Document. Very great elaboration of that concept. I thought it was especially taught very well. And you know how much I appreciate puzzle platforming segments that reward you for just reading something properly. That's actually great, yeah. And, I don't know what this is. Oh, yeah, cats. Just bringing a Yoshi that looks like it's been playing Splatoon for too long. Anyway. Yeah, enjoyed that one very much. Okay, next we're going to look at Cloudy Chasm by Sam Fizz. Sam Fizz is a maker who is one of the ones this week who's new to me. But he's going to bring us a shaft full of fog and riches. We gotta get to the bottom of this fast. The long description on the website says, this subterranean shaft is full of riches and heavy fog. Dig into the depths, gather loot, and reach the bottom before your spelunking time is up. And yeah, Natcat, that was what I was saying at the beginning of that level as well, is that it does look like he's wearing headphones, doesn't he? With those cannons on the side. We were saying that as we were entering the level, and I'm glad that the artistic intent there was accurately conveyed. Plus a big hard hat and a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit. Exactly. He can dance if he wants to. Oh, it's a speed limit sign. Okay, the 30 coin. That's right. I get it now. 175 coin clear condition with a timer on it. I guess we're probably going to get SMB2 mushroom, aren't we? Yes, we are. Okay, so we're going to piano troll our way through this. So whenever we have cloud spam, I talk about this every time. We'll pause for a moment because we are actually under a bit of a time constraint. Grab at least 175. We should actually have grabbed the coins coming down here, but if you want to avoid strain injury for repeated cloud plucking, and if you want to do it really quickly, the way to do it is to put your index finger on Y and your middle finger on X, and that's the piano troll method. And record hunters take note. That's how to go about it for maximum plucking. We should probably grab that 10 coin though. I don't think the speed is going to be too much of a problem here though, so we'll just bust our way through and wait for the twister to do its business, because that's what it does. He's big into safety, exactly. Clear condition level in 7 MMC. Let's grab that mushroom and let's create a little more space around a twister to the left side. And it looks like actually clearing this level is going to be fairly relaxed. And the main challenge here is probably just to go for speed. And to potentially discover the secret. You'll notice no pink coins or anything. We'll be looking for some kind of secret that's in the open. But the time limit does encourage you to go a little faster, I think, so. That's meant to be done with a Koopa Shell. Koopa Shell is probably supposed to hit a whole bunch of this stuff. On the other side, perhaps. Yeah, it's going to collect a whole bunch of coins for me. 65. What do we... We'll just explore this a bit. I suppose we're not taking that seriously. Oh yeah, no, it's just going to break out this side. 9 seconds. Whoops. We're not doing this efficiently at all, but yeah, the shell is supposed to go down and hit the POW if we can manage it. And POW is going to drop a few coins. 44 seconds will not make it. Given that we also need a refresh on the SMB2 mushroom. It's very true, Natcat, that we don't see a lot of clear condition levels at all in the anniversary projects in its various incarnations. It's a good observation. Anyway, there's a key there. Interesting. I wonder what the key is all about. Cursed key, that's what it is. So you would need to pluck your way down here, without running out of time, of course, and then we should speed our way there, and we'll grab the coin, and we'll bring it back. Not the coin, rather, the cursed key, and then we'll bring it back from there. Notice too, I wonder what happens if you fall in from the outside. Nothing, because that's just the entrance. It was worth checking. Anyway, 14% clear rate is surely not going to be too big of a deal to actually just clear this the basic way. We'll try to give ourselves as much flexibility as possible on some of these coins, but... Okay. And yeah, we don't need to be perfect, we'll just skip down low if we can. Whoops, no. Losing the SMB2 mushroom, however, is going to be a pretty big problem, so we'll try to avoid that if we can. And falling down blindly is also going to be a problem. Let's not do that either. Yeah, losing the mushroom is actually the biggest problem. Whoops. Yeah. If you see a big vine stack here, I think the idea is that you should err on the side of climbing, because otherwise you run into problems like that. And you have to go back up unless we missed another spawn location. Anyway. And Oil of Olive, most 7MC levels are long. And a clear condition means no checkpoint. Yeah, so I've seen some interesting workarounds of that recently. It seems like one thing that has really developed in levels that I've been seeing anyway within the past few months is that some makers, notably Meng and Luca, who've been really messing around with clear conditions to do like 69 of this and 69 of that, they've been finding a couple of different ways to give you things like informational clues to extend clear condition levels in such a way that they can actually be multi-part experiences, like with secret hard mode routes that have kind of an implicit checkpoint. There's a recent Luca level that did that really, really well, where there's basically a knowledge checkpoint at the end of the level if you collect the bonus objectives over the course of a clear condition level. And there's definitely some clever stuff going on that more people should be aware of, I suppose. So we got the cursed key, but we didn't see any kind of balloon secret, so guess we got a lot more to do. Let's trail our way down. Interesting yellow pipe there. I feel like that's going to be an exit from a secret. Interestingly enough, we actually will clear with 5 seconds to go, but what I want to do is see if we can find a balloon room and get the clear condition on the same run. We'll scout for the balloon room first, and we'll just forget about the coins for now, and then we'll see if we can map out a route that takes me to the bonus, which might give me a boatload of coins for all I know, and take me to the ending as well. I'm going to see if we can contrive that somehow. Yeah, so never mind the coins, we'll just go down and see what we can conjure up here. Okay. Yeah, once again, less time spent losing the SMB2 mushroom is going to be helpful here. Because that's the main time killer here, is just losing the SMB2 mushroom and having to reset it. And we'll drop that. We'll need the POW, so... And yeah, there was a key that we saw that was not the cursed key on this side earlier. And we'll see if we can grab that. Possibly we need 2 keys. That would be the idea. Because if you're only grabbing 1 key, then who's to say which door you're going to plug it into, right? So Doesn't need to be the one in a previous segment. But maybe it was a second key. Yeah, no, I feel like the way to do it is to make sure you get both keys. Because that's what this segment is all about. There's really nothing else to do apart from getting the 2 keys. We didn't see where to plug in the second key, even if we had one, though, so that's going to be the main thing we'll be looking out for as we activate Phanto. Cause all kinds of problems for ourselves. Oh, interestingly enough, if you grab Phanto, you are still only stuck with 1 key, and Phanto just goes away, so that's curious. You get a choice of keys, but getting Phanto's key doesn't seem to do anything. Yeah, it just gives you 1 door, so... So what would be the point of going for that key, unless that path just gets you more coins, perhaps? I guess the secret's going to be something completely different, then. We're looking for that yellow pipe. Oh, I know what it is. If you stand on top of something at the bottom while you have the SMB2 mushroom, then you can go through the yellow pipe as an entrance. That's what it is. Whoops. Yeah, let's just toss something here. More Koopas here would be nice. Guess we lost our opportunity. And we're also out of time. Ah, no, we've got a pipe over here. Okay, so we found it. It's pretty simple, actually. We just spent a lot of time attempting to get both keys. And then this would just spit you back out. Was that really the balloon room? I don't know. I don't know that. Qualified. I guess that was. We just collected it in coin form. Anyway, we'll try to beat it with the bonus route intact. Yeah, that's kind of strange. I guess the arrows pointing to either side were telling me that I had an optional selection of where I wanted to go for one key or the other. One of them being deadly and one of them not so much. Did seem like a little bit of a strange decision, though, to do it that way. Because my natural instinct, even in a clear condition level under time constraints, is to try to explore it completely. I guess perhaps this route has more coins, and that's the thing that's telling you. Okay. Not that that's going to help us any over here. Yeah, we'll just grab Phanto. It's not going to be too much of a big deal when we're just going straight back to the door. Missing a whole bunch of coins along the way. Okay, there we go. We'll just try to grab everything we can. Interestingly enough, with the placement of that yellow door down below, I think the method of dropping something like a red shell down there and entering the exit pipe from the bonus room actually does work. I think that idea is a valid one. You would need to escort a shell all the way down, though. Okay. Yeah, because it's a one-tile gap. You could totally do it that way if you wanted. Anyway, this is the balloon room. We know there are enough coins in the finale to cover the rest, so we'll do that instead. I don't know if that was the only secret. We'll grab all this, though, and probably not find out. We'll take a look at the more info screen, perhaps. Also, there was something I forgot to look at with Donkey Man's level that I was curious about, which is... I saw that there was a fairly long current clear time on it. 2:32... That's actually much faster than Maker Time, which is 350. So, and I know Tatias, or however we pronounce that name, does have a lot of the leaderboard records for 7MMC currently, so I guess maybe that is actually decently optimized. Yeah, I guess the thing that mainly discourages you from grabbing both keys is the time constraint, but you don't actually realize until you grab the second key that there's only one door. Because there's nothing that's going to give you that feedback of rejecting a second key, right? So that's the natural thing to try if you're secret hunting. Until you realize that there's only one door to work with. Where was that level just now? Yeah, here it is. Let's take a look at the comments. And look at that. Makes sense to have Fanto in an SMB2 level, of course. That Barnstorm bringing that spelunking. Yeah, I can't really tell from what we're looking at here. I guess we found what there was, and the number 7 appears with the balloon that's at the left of the flag at the very end. I didn't kind of... Unless that's just a big coin, rather than a 7. I think it's just a big coin. Anyway. Yeah, pretty satisfying. Kind of interesting to have something that's on a tight timer like that as a contrast to everything else we've been doing. And yeah, it's perfectly fine to have a level that's tuned a little bit easier, including the secret hunt. So we're going to look at the next level, which is going to be Ligma Magma. That is on Luca's profile. Apparently it's by Luca and Meng, unless somebody wishes to correct me on this. They've been collaborating on a bunch of stuff recently. Luca actually uploaded, as you can see, Enigma Magma alongside it, and they also did a bonus level for 69 MMC, which was uploaded the previous week. Well, let me check Luca's profile here and let me show you what. Yeah, because we were hoping to play that at the end of the week 4 levels, but the week 4 puzzle ran so long that we didn't get to deal that in, so eventually we'll be catching up on these two as well, but for now we'll be doing Ligma Magma, which has that very informative thumbnail, which is just all one blotch of red. It must be one really hot tub. Fantastic thumbnail, you gotta admire that pixel art. It's kind of like I'm thinking of a particular modernist painting that really is just this one uniform rectangle of color. Anyway, welcome, Chai Latte. Crazy how they managed to perfectly convey the likeness of a red rectangle. Yeah. You could stare at that all day. Remarkable. Anyway, the description on the website is identical to the one here. Magma Mia. Luca and Meng opened their really hot tub to the public. Just how hot? We're about to discover. White canvas painted white. Yeah, exactly. So, for some reason that reminds me, pardon the artistic diversion, I remember reading a story about a year ago of a concept artist who did, you know, those kind of minimalist meta exhibits like that, and who was invited and commissioned to do a particular piece for a museum that I think was somewhere in Scandinavia. And the exhibit was supposed to be just a piece of currency, like a dollar bill or whatever currency it was, just worth a heaping amount of money. inside a picture frame, because that was something that the artist had exhibited previously. And instead, the artist submitted a blank canvas entitled "Take the Money and Run," because he was provided with a check to use in the art exhibit, and he really literally just took the money and run it. Like, he just took the check that was supposed to be in the frame in the art exhibit and just cashed it. I think there was some kind of interesting legal issue coming from that, but I don't remember how it went. But yeah, you can look this up. It was called "Take the Money and Run." And in the art world, it was a particularly funny news story. This is a safe location, because Luca wouldn't lock me in this level. All of this is a safe location, in fact. I don't know which offset mechanism they're using here. It sounds like it's cannons. Unless the cannons are just coming from off-screen. Or bullet blasters, perhaps. No, it sounds like it's cannons. Yeah, I probably should have come down here with the Buzzy first, because otherwise it dies. Interesting that it doesn't die. I have to go right up to the wall, I think. Otherwise, it does create issues. Also, we can come up here. Maybe there's a secret. Luca does tend to be one of those makers who buries secrets within secrets from time to time, so let's not trust anything here. So yeah, we need to get right up to this, otherwise the shell dies immediately. We needed to bounce on a ball up top. Otherwise the auto-scroll does kill me. That's okay, this is just the initial read. I expect a couple of deaths while we develop an intuition for walking on fire. I wonder what happens if you take the shell with you. Not much, except you can probably skip this Buzzy shell by using the red Koopa shell instead. Whoops, no, it's supposed to get the mole on top of the platform, and we just missed. And in the next segment, we'll be going to the left. We'll be springing something into that sideways trampoline, which will then give me some useful platform, I'm sure. Yeah, so one thing this takes advantage of is the Maker 2 specific logic that as soon as enemies hit the lava, they die. There's a conveyor that was buried under me as well, I think. I'm definitely moving as I go. Interesting. Okay, so we need to spring that in order to be pushed under the ice, perhaps. We'll see. We can expect all kinds of momentum trickery going on here. Whoops, nope. That dies immediately. That was a mistake. Okay. Let's do this. No, it's supposed to take me over. It's pretty clear at this point that it's supposed to take me over, but then what about those ice blocks down low? What's that doing for me then? Does this work with Poison Swamp? Yeah, it's just an offset mechanism. There are a couple of different ways to do this, depending on how many entities you want to use. Usually involving cannons or blasters or elements like that, and use of some other offset elements like slopes. One way to do this is with blasters on slopes, but it is pretty entity expensive, so I don't think that's a method here. You can hear off screen that there is some cannon fire going on that is definitely involved here, but yeah, there are a couple of subpixel offsets that allow objects to be disguised under lava like this. I've seen variants of this tech used a couple times before, and some... yes, you're probably supposed to send a shell over somehow. I remember there was a puzzle level I played ages ago that was this mechanic, but in the form of a logic puzzle. And By itself, the firewalking mechanic isn't new, but the way that this level is using it is pretty unique on its own. Because it's using a lot of the momentum mechanics for which Yang and Luca are known, and a lot of these, time-sensitive platforming segments as well. So anyway, that spits out, but we don't know what the shell is for yet. And I feel like the shell is something that we actually want to send through the bumper up top, and that may be the idea here. It's just going to take me a moment to read, and maybe a couple of attempts before we actually understand what's going on. I think it's pretty clear. We jump on top of the mole, but then what do we do with the Koopa shell? Is it just something I jump on top of? No, it's not. Because something is going to go under the ice, it's not going to be the Koopa shell. If anything, it has to be me, but then I would have to be pushed, because I can't seem to sneak under that location. It seems pretty clear to me that the Koopa shell is supposed to go through the bumper up top, but I don't know why yet. We haven't seen enough of these interactions to really get a good sense of that. Maybe it's an up throw that will take that through, because look at the note block there. It seems clearly meant to spring a shell upwards and continue its path if you manage to get a shell through the bumper up top. We just haven't positioned ourselves to do that just yet. Yeah, so, as I was saying earlier, in Mario Maker 2, enemies die immediately upon contact with lava, and you can no longer collide with them even if they are partly on screen. That's not the way it worked in Mario Maker 1. In Mario Maker 1, if an enemy was still in a sinking state, you could jump on it so long as there was something to jump on, like part of it that was still protruding on the surface. In Mario Maker 2, things can throw you off very easily with lava because that's just not what enemies do. Now, I feel like we needed to up throw an object into the trampoline. I don't know, there's an up arrow pointing to it. We just haven't figured out what that is yet. Let's see. Maybe it breaks ice with a bomb. That's entirely possible. We'll have to take a look at this. Whoops. Yeah, no, I did see that the other side of the bumper is a note block, which means that if you throw something through, it's going to continue to be launched, which strongly suggests a shell throw is going to happen there. But yeah, as you can see, something is pushing me along down below. I just haven't figured out what this is all about yet. I feel like, yeah, no, we jump and then it's going to be maybe an up throw. But then how would it wind up through the bumper if it's an up throw in that location? I feel like there's something that we're not seeing yet. Usually with an up arrow like that, I would assume that what I'm supposed to do is, whoops, jump into the sideways trampoline that we see on the right side of the muncher. Especially with that kind of offset. But looking at that, I wonder if we actually are understanding that correctly. We might not be. Yeah, you do need to hug this closely. Come down here. So what if we just... Doesn't seem like it's going to give me nearly enough momentum, even if we up throw the shell. No, I'm not playing on my controller with a screenshot button right now. I'm playing on my Super Nintendo controller, and regardless, I can see what's there. I just haven't read the sequence yet because I'm not sure exactly what we're doing with that up arrow, whether it's me who's going towards it, or the shell that's going into it with something like an up throw. Given the semantics of the arrows so far to indicate throws, so this is indicating side throw here, I think it is going to be an up throw of the green shell, and We just hadn't understood that yet. Like, we'll hug this. There we go. And yeah, that breaks that with a spike ball. And we needed to get the Goomba here, perhaps. In order to break both objects. Okay, I understand it now. So, it looks like in this level, arrows always mean throws. And it looks like that's going to be a very consistent system, beginning with this first arrow here. And we just needed to understand that. Because until that point, the green shell was mystery. We need to go down low below the Goomba in order to drop it. And perhaps we needed to drop it fast enough for the shell to be caught by the same claw. We'll see if that's actually doable that way, because of the possibility of conveyors down below. I think that might actually be the case. Looks like we are standing on conveyors down below, in fact, so... we don't want to stand that close, because the explosion is going to get me. So the question is, do we drop... I mean, we definitely go below the Goomba to drop it, but do we do that in order to catch the shell on that claw, or are we doing that for some other reason? For example, to obtain the Goomba. We have to determine that. Oh yeah, down below. So let's go down below. Yeah, no, because we need two objects here. We need one to break the spike ball, and one to break the blocks on the right side. So we need to use the Goomba once we drop it. Oh, whoops, no, wrong. Yeah, it's going to be two object throws. One to break the spikes, one to break the spike ball, rather, and one to... let me think. Yeah, one to break the spike ball, and then one to smash the turn blocks on the right side of that. So we need a Goomba throw and a shell throw. Yeah, we need to really not go that close. It's very tempting to just hug the wall there and push forward, but we don't want to beat the timing by that much. Okay, there we go. No, down below. Except, how do we catch that? We need a more elegant way to catch that than what we currently have. Because if we dropped Goomba from down below... Yeah, the thing is... it is going to walk off unless I stomp on it, so... we need to go below, and then we need to jump on that Goomba pretty promptly before it walks off. And I just have a habit of going above every time, and it's definitely throwing off my timing when we should go below the Goomba immediately. Yeah, we'll hang right. And jumping up, unfortunately, gets me up to claw, which is not what we want. If you bop him from above, that's very true that it does drop him onto the cloud down below. I don't know why we're missing that on his hitbox, though. It might be similar to what was going on with the Thwomp earlier. No, you're definitely correct. It's just that for some reason I wasn't hitting the Goomba at all, even when I was running on top of him, so... I think it's like the Thwomp interaction in Documents level. Oh yeah, no, because if you just run into him, he's actually a little bit too high for that to register as a jump. So we do need to jump on top of him. We do need to jump on top of him. That's all there is to it. I know. For momentum there. Otherwise, that was fine. Otherwise, that was not really an issue. There's going to be a bomb after that. We probably shouldn't drop the bomb without picking it up first. And so we'll look ahead to that next. When it comes to the many different kinds of object handling that we have in this level. Yeah, once again, a bit more of a claw swing there. Because after the Goomba throw, we're not landing on that quite cleanly. So we'll get back there and do it. Yeah, you'll notice, as I was saying at the beginning, as soon as Bowser hits the lava, his hitbox is completely negated. There's no collision with him whatsoever at that point. He's on screen, but already dead. Which I'm sure is a metaphor for something. I do think I want to jump on top of that guy, but then... why? We have to figure that out. I mean, there are those hard blocks under the Muncher. Perhaps we drop the Muncher. Using that explosion, yeah. No, the shell throw over here. I'm just thinking too far ahead. Yeah, no, the point of the bomb is to blow up the hard blocks underneath that Muncher. Hence the coins pointing towards the right. Seems like that's the idea, is that we think about how to dislodge that swamp. Dislodge the bomb, rather. Okay, here we are. Whoops, missed a claw on my way down. And, yeah, all of the thing about 7MMC is that every level of all difficulties is going to catch a broader player base than it usually does. I didn't actually look at a clear rate for this one going in. I think it was a little over 1%. I don't play Endless, so I don't have a good subjective sense of what ends up in Super Expert versus Expert. I can tell you that... whoops. Contrary to what most people assume, if it works the way that it did in Mario Maker 1, the Super Expert versus Expert destination is not actually based on clear rate. It is based on clears versus the footprints on the level, like the unique impressions, rather than clears as a ratio to attempts. Because otherwise people could just artificially manipulate the classification of a level by deliberately dying a lot as a single player, for instance. And I believe it works the same way it did as in Mario Maker 1, where it's actually the number of unique impressions that matter for that classification, which is denoted by the footprints in the level information. Once again, didn't mean to jump off that claw. No, it's not a percentage-specific cutoff. Like, that's a very frequent correlation, but it's not actually the hard number that's used to determine that, because there are definitely some expert courses along a certain boundary that have a lower clear percentage than super expert, for instance. Now, like I said, I don't have a good subjective sense of this stuff because I don't play Endless at all. I actually haven't really even touched Endless since the launch of the game. I feel like we do need to drop the bomb. We run under the bomb and a coin trail leads up to it. And we jump up to the claw and we loop above. And the bomb is something that I have to avoid rather than something I have to pick up. Because the bomb would just blow up immediately upon contact, and maybe that's something that's supposed to teach you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so this is a time challenge here where the idea was to spin jump on top of the pokey while the top of the pokey was still valid. Interesting thing about pokies is that they do die one segment at a time when they sink into the lava. I believe that's the case anyway. Which makes them unique because among enemies that die into the lava, that would make them the only thing that you can actually jump on top of, since the top segments are still alive and valid. It's actually kind of an underused mechanic, I think, to use the pokies in that fashion. I've seen it before, but not very often. Yeah, pokies die one segment at a time, and then that's how things go. Okay. Didn't really see what was going on with the moles. I guess the thwomp was something we needed to lead forward a second time, and that's the thing we were missing. Because we were getting there a little bit slowly. Oops. Okay, let's try it again. And let's pop that open. Yeah, Koopa going a little bit slowly here. A couple of fumbles along the way. You don't really need to hug that wall all the way if you're pushing against the conveyor when you're trying to pick this up. Feels pretty smooth once you get it down. Feels like we were supposed to leave the thwomp ahead further, and I don't know how we were supposed to do that unless we were meant to keep the bomb somehow. There's something I'm just reading in that segment that we haven't quite determined yet. And Olive, yeah, thanks for coming by. Hope you enjoyed what you saw, and happy playing and making, as always. Nope, too late. But that allows me to read this segment for a moment. So, we need to get ahead of the thwomp and hit the turn block. That's actually very obvious to me now. That if the thwomp hits the turn block at all, then we're in trouble. So we land ahead of the thwomp, we hit the turn block, we escort it across, and then we have a way to get up to the mole stack that we saw when we got stuck there previously. Yeah, it's very obvious now that I see it. Whoops. Okay, I'll do this. And then, whoops. Still kind of in compensating for conveyor belt mode there, where we are not quite positioning the landings the way that we should be. Anyway, let's pop this. And this, and then Same idea once again, except without these misses. One thing that we should keep in mind is that we still haven't thought about what the secret route is going to be like. It might be an end-of-level hard mode. It might be something else. It's not going to be pink coins, though, because there are none. So we'll keep an eye out for alternate exits, but it might just be a hard mode at the very end. That's been a very popular kind of difficulty design for both Mang and Luca lately, so... Up we go. Down. And back up. Okay. We'll make it. Just barely. And yeah, so the thwomp is placed in such a way that the lava is still able to exert drag. It's not necessarily obvious, given its initial positioning, where it looks like it's completely above the lava, but it is low enough that the drag still happens. And because the thwomp gets dragged, you get plenty of room to run up ahead of it, which is the thing I was failing to account for earlier. Yeah, very satisfying bounce once you understand how that's going to work. Very lenient Goomba throw here as well. Okay. Don't know what the point of hitting that block is. I don't think it's required. I think that's just more of a suggestion. Yeah, no, we need to pick up the shell on the way up to the platform, and then we jump off the platform. Then we have ice up above that we're going to have to deal with somehow. Okay, pretty clear sequence to me anyway. Notice the tracks there acting as visual supports for the blue platforms. Just to make them look extra nice. There are actually a couple of visual touches with tracks here that shouldn't go unrecognized. They'd be very subtle and out of the way, but they do ultimately matter. Usually involving things like the bridges here, for instance. I wonder if you could jump above that question block. Maybe that's something. No, I needed to hit that right on the right side. And I believe that the question block is probably going to spawn fire up above. You run right up to the question block with a shell. You bop that with a shell. The shell is going to sink and die immediately, so you don't need to worry about it. It's going to launch fire up to the ice. A Podoboo, rather, that goes up to the ice, and then you go back to the note block on the left side and jump up to the top level, and then that's how you get through. I can visualize it pretty clearly at this point. We just need to get back and do it. But I think it's pretty obvious what's going to happen. Okay, there we go. Nope, missed. Completely overshot that. Maybe not the most stylish way to complete that. We'll just run right up to sinking Bowser. Whoops. Yeah, the nice thing about the mechanic in this level, where you're doing shell throws during the lava walk, which is not something I've really seen very much with these lava walk concepts before, at least not at this level of elaboration, is that you can do these deflections against blocks on a wall with your shell throws, where your projectile does die instantly, as if you were throwing a bone shell or something. But without the risk of the bone shell just allowing you to survive in lava. And so there's no need to be shy about just running right up to the wall and letting a shell go. Which always deflected a projectile behind you anyway, but here there's just no rebound to have to account for afterwards when it comes to positioning yourself. So, projectiles just do their job and then they get out of the way. Just like that. Even sink instantly upon deflecting. How do I go up above? Yeah, there's actually no reason to hit that muncher then. It doesn't affect entity limit or anything. It's purely there to entice you to go to that location. It's basically just a distraction block to position the player out of the way so the interaction down below can happen organically without having to think too hard about it. At least that's how I'm reading it so far. I may be wrong, but that's my sense currently with that muncher that spawns up top for no reason at all, functionally. Whoops. I've been late on that pokey so many times that we were approaching it a bit prematurely this time in an effort to compensate, but nope, there is a lower bound on pokey approach there. In terms of the speed at which you're going to be doing it. Whoops. So we'll be accounting for that if we can. Anyway, up we go. Okay, here we go. And up the swamp. And was seen as previously, bounce. We'll release on this side. That's exactly what I thought would happen. Boom boom. Oh. Okay, we can do it. And that gives you a 1-up. Alright, good enough for me. I guess we just sink to boom boom. But if you go down below, then you get a chance to drop him. But if you bopped him, you'd get a chance to drop him anyway, right? So, what was the whole point of that? I guess Boom Boom is just there to make a Boom Boom cameo, which we've seen often enough. Seems like there's quite a lot we haven't seen yet, but we're still at checkpoint 1. Ah, yes. Then now we're getting into some pretty unique mechanics. Yeah, so if you duck, then the moles make contact before hitting you. That's very unique. That's something that I have not seen in a lava walk level before, I don't think. Because they make contact before they can make contact with you, and it seems like I need to go a little bit faster so the bomb is still exposed up there, and we can potentially spin the bomb off of that location, although what we're going to hit with it, I don't know just yet. If you think the audio is a bit delayed, thank you for letting me know. When came in, we'll fix that immediately. We've had a lot of audio problems on the stream today, unfortunately. Much worse than usual. Lately, it's been pretty good, too. And yeah, the stream performance has been not great today at a technical level. Basically, we need better computer hardware. I've been saying that for well over a year now. But maybe time to actually do something about that. Yes, no, bomb needs to be kicked this way because otherwise nothing blows up the ice. The bomb kick is going to give us sufficient distance to make it to the wall, though, and that should be able to do it. We just need to do that a little bit faster so we can get to the bomb in time. Yeah, once all 3 moles are in their death animation, then we proceed. I think it is possible to bounce on the pokey rather than waiting for the spike top. I think it might actually be best, but we'll be unable to do that. Very nice deflection there. Quite satisfied with that. I think I needed to keep the Koopa alive in this section. And afterwards you'd be able to do an up throw with that. And then you bounce across, and then you need a Koopa shell throw down below. Below that bottom thwop that we just saw in the center of the screen. What are my thoughts on the trailer? I have many thoughts on the trailer. But so one moment while I'm in the midst of playing this level, I'm reasonably optimistic about the film, and I say this as somebody who was just not really interested in it until the past week when I saw the poster, actually, that I'm quite optimistic about the way that it's going to be drawing on all eras of the Mario series, while still having an aesthetic that is simultaneously, you know, very on model in a familiar sense, but uniquely cinematic. And you know, if you're looking at changes like Mario's face in this, for instance, it is a redesign that's going to permit a wider range of expression specifically for a film. You know, with old animation principles of squash and stretch and so on. I'm optimistic about it. I think it's going to be maybe not as uniquely interesting as... Oh, needed to catch that on the way down. That's a very neat interaction, actually. I mean, it's probably not going to be the wild artistic experiment that the 1993 live-action film was, by any means. But we always knew this was going to be something commercially safe, and it was just a matter of whether it was also going to be something that does the series justice. But yeah, lots of reasons to be optimistic about it, I think. My sense was that a lot of the marketing of the film, starting with the poster and trailer this week, was meant to reassure people familiar with the series that it's in good hands. Because they know that this is the audience that does need to be brought on board. And I think there was very overtly an effort to make it look as though we're going to be well cared for here, as Mario Diehard's Pokey is going to fall one segment at a time to my right, and then we'll be spin jumping on top of it at the very end, just as it is about to complete sinking. I still love this mole drop here. That's just a wonderful moment in this level. Absolutely wonderful moment. Okay, no, we needed to get in position to drop the Koopa. We did not do that. And yeah, one K-Man, do let me know if you had any particular thoughts of your own. But yeah, I think the environment design of the Mushroom Kingdom is a real star to show here. Just love the way the mushrooms look. Whoops. Yeah, Jack Black will will be interesting to listen to as a performer, but you can already tell that in a trailer there is a particular accent to his vowels that is kind of distinctive. Maybe I'm just more liable to pick up on that, but yeah, distinctive in that it's not a Bowser voice that we've heard before. And there have been many occasions in the past in different media productions where Bowser has been heard in dialogue, I think, so. Oops. Yeah, with Luigi, they're definitely leaning into bringing in horror elements of, you know, Luigi's Mansion having characterized him as a bit of a scaredy cat who's often haunted places. I mean, that's long been incorporated into the series at this point. It's, in fact, interesting to remember that it was in Luigi's Mansion that that aspect of Luigi in his first leading role was introduced in the first place. But then I've been revisiting a bit of Mario Galaxy on the side recently, and it's kind of interesting how, by that point, they're already kind of in the mainline series leaning into the idea of Luigi and Haunted Mansions being a thing. I feel like it's touches like that that pay attention to the legacy of the entire franchise that are going to be the thing that makes the film an interesting experience for people coming in from a Nintendo background. Whoops, a little late on the pokey. There is a very specific pocket of timing here to make that spin jump and get on top. We'll try to catch it. Yeah, I can't get enough of this mole drop every time. Whoops, coming in a little quick there with the bomb. Not quite positioning myself for the spin to the right. But yeah, my baseline expectation for the Super Mario film, as I've said sometime before in the past, is similar to what the Peanuts movie by Blue Sky was like a couple of years ago. And I think it's a very apt comparison in that that was also an effort to kind of do a cinematic update with modern animation technology and aesthetics while remaining very true to the model and characterization that people have already associated with many aspects of that franchise prior to that point, and striking a tone that would be appropriate to that in a way that wouldn't just be emulating what other animated features on the mass market were actually doing, but, you know, kind of staying true to the tone of the series. I thought the Peanuts film actually managed to navigate that pretty successfully. You know, it wasn't anything really particularly important or memorable in the long run, but I think it kind of discharged its duty well, and that was always the best I hoped for from the Mario film, and I think it has a reasonable chance of hitting that. If it turns out to be anything more special than that, from a cinematic perspective, obviously I'd welcome that, but you know, we need to keep our expectations reasonable. The other kind of precedent for this that I think is worth looking at, also sound is dying all over the place this stream. Over and over again. We've had to reset this so many times. Don't know what it is that is killing my performance today, but it is something. My computer's performance from a technical level, rather. Because it is choking, and we had just a technically perfect stream yesterday, so Don't know what the issue is. Anyway, Luca, here we are. Luca, I was just commenting every single death on how much I love the mole drop there. That's really one way to flex your knowledge of the various collision boxes and this concept here. Such an awfully specific interaction. That's just done for flavor, really, but works out beautifully. Nope, missed it. You do need a bit of forward momentum on that throw to get through here. Yeah, this pokey is the furthest we've gotten so far, if you're just joining me. Anyway. Drop, drop, drop. And that's going to be pretty well positioned. Okay, so... yeah, just need to have a bit more momentum here. We need to overshoot the Thwomp a bit so we have a bit of a run up to that note block towards the left. Yeah, the mole stack. The mole stack is this thing here. Absolutely fantastic. Just a cute little show-off moment for this level and this concept. I was quite happy with it. Thank you for the follow. Anyway, let's dunk this once again. We'll grab this and this. So, once again, a bit of forward momentum on that throw. Let's go back. Catch. And let's get up that poke before it's too late. Okay, unfortunately too late once again. We just haven't found a pocket of timing on that jump yet. Because usually I'm just too fast or too slow getting to that pokey safely. Yeah, beautifully placed bomb deflection there as well. I was quite happy with that. There we go. Oh hey, that actually worked. Did we need Yoshi here? Probably. Yeah, we need to land Yoshi on top of the hard blocks that we saw with that one-way panel directly below where I died. You were experimenting with the Big Bowser at the beginning and noticed you can duck below him. So you tried with a bunch of other enemies, yeah. So it only works with some of their hitboxes then. Yeah, in spite of having seen a lot of lava walking levels before, there are a lot of interactions unique to this level that are pretty new to me when it comes to making use of that concept in a couple of exciting ways, so. Must be rewarding to take something that's, you know, a fairly familiar mechanic in Mario Maker and still find new material for it. New things that you can do with level design. There we go. Whoa. Still caught by surprise by that guy. We're supposed to, once again, go over and probably drop the egg on top of the hard block, and then... It's pretty clear to me that's the sequence, we just haven't executed the timing well enough yet, just due to some poor timing of mine on that hard block, so... You like how much of this level at Dunkman seems like the product of a lot of experimentation with the mechanic, yeah. It looks like you discovered just a lot of stuff that you can do that in the end worked out quite well. And as I was alluding to earlier, this is one of the few levels I've seen that makes me appreciate the way that syncing enemies work in Maker 2 rather than Maker 1, because in almost all other circumstances, I've pretty much always preferred the way they work in Maker 1. In fact, we had seen some pretty good early Maker 1 YMM levels that had made use of that, where the enemies stay alive, you know? And I was always thrown off in Maker 2, and still continue to be thrown off all these years later by how the enemy sprites remain alive even as the enemies are already in a dead state. But yeah, I feel like this level actually makes pretty good use of that. Okay, just bear with me a moment. And yeah, Natcat, we know you have particular wealth of experience with the concept of the Michaelis stream, and welcome Mang as well. Good to see you in. Yeah, no, we just had to mute briefly. I may need to take care of something off stream, but we'll hopefully manage for the time being. And that's okay, we'll be able to continue today. Okay, let's try to anticipate the Pokey. I keep missing that. It's a bit of a tighter pocket here. You used some of the leftover ideas in a puzzle you made before this level. Yeah, I did see the other Magma level go up, and we'll hopefully be able to feature that soon enough. Along with the 69 MMC bonus level that we saw you upload the previous week. Whoops. You'd think it just works with moles and wrenches. That's very unique. That's the only thing it happens with. Other than the Bowser sprite, I suppose, if that's the first thing you tried. Whoops. Okay, taking a little too long here. Let's beat the auto scroll. Catch up on the auto scroll just a little bit here. There we go. Whoops. Standing a little too close that time. Specifically big moles, wrenches, and Bowsers. Yeah, I think that's still the signature moment of this level. Ducking under the moles like that. It's very memorable. Whoops. That's not a spin jump. Way down, everything goes. Once again, forward momentum on this row. And backwards to fight the drag on that jump. Whoa. Nope. Overshot the blocks slightly that time, so my positioning wasn't quite what I wanted it to be. regardless, should be out of here before too long. Whoops. Oh, late on to Koopa. Way too late. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, once again, I really do need to give myself a little more distance to run left towards that block. It's something that has thrown me off quite a few times at this stage. And have we learned anything from that experience? Seemingly not. So yeah, popping the Yoshi egg is the thing we haven't done so far that we need to do next. Okay, stand back. There we go. So we do need to race it over somewhat and then drop it here. Now, why would I want to do that? Because that allows me to drop Yoshi and then jump on top of both Cheeps. We just didn't react very well that time and lost a lot of momentum going up. Well, that's getting into some new material with the Cheeps that are about to drop into the fire. Anyway, pretty satisfying sequence over here. Pop this. Yoshi lands, and then we go. Oh, we needed fire on the left side. Yeah, fire on the left side, and then that blows up. And then there's the Among Us yellow suit that's up above. We'll be looking for a secret exit, obviously, at this point. Seems like this is the stage at which we should be keeping our eyes peeled for. Alternatives, also sound. Just give me a moment. Sorry, this has been happening much more than is typical today. And I don't exactly know what's going on, except that things are running a little bit hot on my end. So, give me a second, we'll try to fix it up. Luca, you're saying the concept at first was just a muncher floor because you hated the cannon sounds. Yeah, I assumed it was cannons from the sound effect. But I guess the hitbox differs by just enough that the enemy survival is going to differ pretty significantly. Oh, with the initial placement of the enemies as well. Yeah, I see. Anyway. Down we go. Oh, whoops. Once again. Okay. A couple of things to clean up here, especially just a lot of the basic objects rows. We'll pop this guy. Head on down. Spin jump is obvious. Yeah, we're just kind of reorienting ourselves at this stage, but let's try to clean all of this up if we can. Okay, that's going to take us up. That's a better recovery from that turnaround as usual. And then usual, rather. Stand back. Okay, let's get some accuracy on the fish here. Yoshi's going to swallow on the left and spit to the right. Do we drop him? No, we don't. Axe is here. Feels like we missed something then, if I'm supposed to have some kind of secret that's available. I think we... What if we just drop Yoshi on this here? We're supposed to hit this with something. I think I was supposed to grab something on this side with Yoshi. And then probably spit. And then possibly this gives me a vine that I can climb up to enter a pipe off screen. We might have to hit the axe here, unless there's a way for me to die, which I don't think there is. Let's see here. I think we'll just have to take the death and redo the level. Which is unfortunate, because if we come back here without grabbing the secret the next time as well, that's going to lead to some issues. You can tell me I don't need to play again, yeah. Probably just missing something then. I mean, if it were a vine, you should be able to get it with a Yoshi jump anyway, followed by a jump off. Suspicious. I can hit the block with what I have. I'm missing something really obvious, aren't I? Because if I have the bumper hitbox here, it's not obvious. Okay. So let's try to solve this. I mean, I can hear the cannons from down below. I don't have anything I can grab, though. That's the thing. If I had an object I could grab, that would be ideal, but... failing that... something not obvious. I have to think about this. I didn't really get a good look at the screen. The thing is, I can't actually die here to see the scroll in again to take a proper look at what it was like before everything went down. So... okay, let's try the left side. I can hit it with what I have. Nobody's here. Nothing obtainable up here. I mean, I can hit it with what I have, but am I supposed to hit it with what I have? Like, was this actually the intended path, or am I missing something already? Might be a hitbox thing with this. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, what does this fella give me? Well, now I have fire. Possibly I can break something. Very suspicious. Well, this doesn't solve very much for me now, does it? This is more a reference to the puzzle, okay. You mean to the puzzle level that you had uploaded with it. So this is not the secret exit then, or...? Because I see the blue pipe coming out at the end. I guess maybe we're missing something and we do need to redo this. Perhaps. If there is an additional secret that we've already asked a point of no return for. Oh, we've got 50 seconds. I should maybe take the clear. Unless I want to time out and redo this segment to look at this properly. Well, I don't see anything else I can interact with here. Unless I was supposed to grab the Yoshi egg and toss it somewhere. I think we'll get the timeout so we can look at the ending properly again, because we haven't found anything like a balloon room, so... Maybe this is a clue to something I needed to do earlier. I can't actually take a death at any point here, though, so... Let's redo the ending. And let's look at it carefully. We'll hopefully not have to spend too many attempts on this. And I'm not going to wait out the timeout every time, obviously. We'll find a better way to do it. Whoops. Nope. That was not the right thing to do. You forgot to add a muncher there so the player can die. Yeah. It's entirely possible for it to be a disguised pipe entrance. Given the way that we've seen things like troll level hitboxes work in past with hidden pipe entries. But we also just didn't take a very good look at how everything scrolled in at the end when it happened, so... Oops. Watching everything a little too carefully now. That's okay. We'll redo this and we'll steadily figure it out. Okay, down. Nope. I am at the same time just kind of scanning the level with my eyes to see if we missed anything obvious. I feel like this is maybe too early for that to be the case, though. So if I'm playing poorly, part of it is because I'm diverting my attention to anything I might have missed. Oh, interesting that you can kind of spin off the thwomp and go right away, except we missed completely. For some reason, the Pokies sink at the speed of the ground. Not exactly sure. Oh, I know what you mean. You mean if they're on top of a conveyor or something. Yeah, I see with the way that the big one unstacks. Very quickly, in fact. Whoa. This one's always a problem. We just never build up enough speed. Anyway. Just going to look over this. And see if anything reveals itself. Okay, yeah, build up a little bit of drag here. Losing a little bit of time because I was exploring that particular moment. There's a top left semi-solid over there. I don't know about that. Yeah, okay, no, I see it, I see it. I just didn't see that scroll in earlier when I was in place. Oh, helmet? There we go. Can I grab another one? Well, I can, but, you know, we need to bump it first. No, hang on. I absolutely want to take it. Maybe I'll just bump it on top of one of the platforming segments here. There we go. If I can get up there, we'll grab that. As then we can grab whatever is here. P-balloon. Interesting. We'll take it. Everything is scroll locked here, so P-balloon won't really do much for you. We got some time to play with here. So let's bump everything we can. It's just all one-ups. It's always worthwhile to see if there's anything else that's going to be revealed, though. And no, not so much, just spits you out completely. And yeah, we can see some of the track offset at the very end there with those platforms. That's the entity saving method that's going to be used at the very end. So anyway, Ligma Magma is complete. Thank you for all the GGs. We got a few more to go today. And yeah, like I said, we will hopefully soon enough look at Enigma Magma, very cleverly titled, as something that's launched alongside this level, as well as 69 MMC when we have time to get to it. Yeah, hopefully bringing back more viewer levels next week as well. We didn't get to this week because we're still pretty busy with Monkey Island, but we'll definitely deal those in. Anyway, next one is going to be Wall Skipping Squeaks by Mr. Garrison, another maker from this week's set who is new to me. Electro Dude, welcome. Oh, we have to look at comments. Almost forgot. Not too many so far, so I don't know if there's any artwork, but we'll take a peek anyhow. Yeah. This person's asking the important questions about life. The comment could go anywhere, really. Wall Skipping Squeaks. So, Skip says he's the real Jumpman. He's got a new challenge and no power-ups. Website description is essentially the same. It says he's got a new challenge for you, in case that was at all ambiguous. And we're going to be back to 3D World here with some skipping squeaks. One of the two. Okay. Well, all of these item choices have been blocked off. So I guess we'll just move on. Okay, so Skip Squeak is going to take the on-off switch for me as a jump detector. And there we go. That's not going to do anything for me just yet. Bad idea. Left, left plus A, left, left plus A. Oh, you just jump towards the left and wall jump off every wall to the left. I see. Okay. Pretty satisfying once you get it done, actually. And I guess that's the concept, and we'll just totally fail to do that. And yeah, I guess there's a certain cooldown period between each successive jump just because of the responsiveness of the Skip Squeaks, hence the coin markers, giving you a rough sense of what that delay is going to be. So you do need to be mindful of the jump detector having a bit of a cooldown time. And for the most part, the wall jumps are going to be spaced appropriately to account for that, but you do need a little bit of time to slide just to make sure everything is going to work. That's what a lot of the markers are encouraging you to do. Just giving it a few blocks of room. And you steadily work your way up. Oh, whoops. Not quite. It does have a very satisfying rhythm to it. Once you get into it. With each successive slide. Whoops. Of course, if you're thrown off your pattern by not bouncing on the Skip Squeak as advertised, then things get a little bit dicey. But we'll see what we can do with that. Yeah, I know what that turnaround is supposed to look like. We just tend to miss time to jump a little bit and miss to Skip Squeak completely, and that's the issue I've been running into, because I think I am supposed to bounce off of it, but then probably bounce off and then wall jump up high above it, but the issue, I believe, is that I'm hugging the wall after I jump on that Skip Squeak, and we should actually do a direct jump up above it, up to that higher coin without any kind of wall slide along the way, because that's just mostly obstructing me and creating wall jumps when I just want an upward jump. So, takes me a moment to mentally process, but we'll see if we can... Yeah, up like that. And then we just reverse. Yeah, the issue here was just mainly letting go of the directional buttons when I do hit the regular non-spiky Skip Squeak as a platform. That's really the only control adjustment we needed to make in order for this to happen successfully. So let's go up and try it. Oh, nope. It's going to get me into a little bit of trouble there if we miss a slide. Banded Otter, welcome. The color was wrong when I got to it. Yeah, I suppose so. When you get to the door, though, looks like things can go either way at this point. Yeah, you really do have to play ball with the rhythm of the skip squeaks and the cooldown of the interaction. Well, yeah, so the issue here is that I'm actually not going far enough on the jump before turning back, because I was getting pushed out by the state switch on the blocks. And I was getting pushed off the wall with the block switching on top of me. Whereas I needed to be outside of the wall slightly in order to get the wall jump down successfully, so a little bit of an accuracy issue on my part that we'll need to sort out here when we do the right to left sequence. As I often say about Mario, it's amazing how unintuitive some things can feel when you just reverse the direction. Where there's so many things we take for granted about our muscle memory when going left to right, and our ability to estimate distance, estimate jump height, etc. That's just kind of dependent on that just from all the training we've had on various platformer games, whether it's Mario or something else. And yeah, Banded Otter. So because the central mechanism here is dependent on the spiky skip squeak jumping up a tile, there is a certain lag time before I can do successive activations. So you can see if you just do short jumps, you're just going to throw yourself off. You should actually be doing the highest possible jumps in this level whenever possible. Hence the time that it suggests for doing the wall slide over here. Now we're pulling back a little too aggressively. We need to pull back later than I've been doing. And in fact, we need to jump forward a little further than I've been doing. Oops. Yeah, I know the interaction, it's just that the timing can be thrown off pretty easily. You need to wait for the activation before you can pull back, I think, for the next wall jump. And when you do it successfully, it is pretty satisfying. It's just very easy to miss. As you can see, once again, just got pushed out by the block activation. Probably from turning back too soon, I think that's the issue here. Changing our direction backwards a little too early for comfort. Oops. Anyway, we'll do it again. Nope. Yeah, the bit of push out here is a little unfortunate, but I don't know how avoidable that is, really. And we'll need to nail that down a bit more consistently if we mean to clear any of the later obstacles. I think we just need to do a fuller jump on the jump button. Maybe letting go of jump too soon, or I don't know. I haven't quite found a consistent control scheme that will allow me to do that. Also, there are some potential speed shortcuts if you plan this well, I think. Instead of just following the intended sequence of wall jumps. But unless they're mechanically easier to execute, we will not be taking those shortcuts, I don't think. I feel like there's certain assumptions this level is making about my muscle memory for wall jumps that are not actually true. And it's something that's very difficult sometimes for makers to reveal, except after quite a lot of playtesting, that subtle mechanical habits in how players angle and correct their jumps can make a huge difference to the viability of the mechanic. And don't get me wrong, this is a viable mechanic, it's just that currently the issue of getting pushed out by the state blocks has been a repeated nuisance, especially once we do the turnaround on the side. Whoops, no, we do want to bounce on the skip squeak, we can't really skip that. Anyway, let's continue. Yeah, once again, just getting pushed out every single time. And then, as we're going right to left in that column. We'll try it again. So yeah, we might be overshooting some of the jumps going from right to left after the reversal. Yeah, Electrojet, I do think there are consistency issues with this central mechanic here. Because it seems like there's a certain expectation to push forward before you pull back. And it's not especially clear about that. But it's like when I run into levels that assume I'm going to be holding full jumps or holding a certain direction at a given point, or not correcting in midair or something. And I'm not sure there's spacing that will work very consistently for this. Whoa. And yeah, Electro Dude, I understand that this week was kind of a massive crunch for you folks on the organizational side. Hence the issue with the trailer being held up as well. Anyway. There we go. Okay, so this is just a timing puzzle. Would a wall slide down the right side before we enter the next pipe? That's not too bad. Pink coin incoming down below. Anyway. It's one of those concepts that feels and looks great when you actually do manage to get it. But I think might not sufficiently account for a great deal of player variance in how people are going to handle it. You can totally see that some players will just do this very smoothly and have no issues because it just kind of fits their personal habits for how they jump. And others will just find it irretrievably janky. The level got rejected a day before release. Oh, huh. That's unfortunate. And yeah, no need to air the specifics in public, of course, but, you know. I mean, it's a new organizational method that people are trying this year. And if it's approximately the same crew or same methodology being used for the anniversary celebration next year, if one happens, then I'm sure there will be a lot of lessons to be learned about what does or doesn't work about the judging system that you set up for yourselves, so... So that's going to be a red wall on the left side no matter what. We need to fall towards it on the lower half and then jump off of it, I think. We need to take a look at that again. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, nice high jump seemed to be the trick here. To just do the fullest jump possible and just smash that B button. It seems like that's the thing that the level is assuming you will do. And it's not necessarily a safe assumption, I think. But now that we've got it, I think we can at least try to make something happen. Yeah, there's a pretty clear path towards that 50 coin. Yeah, no, we just need to reverse back towards the red wall instantly when we're still on top level. I think we just need to follow the mechanic the way it's been taught to us so far instead of trying to take any shortcuts. There we go. Also notice that that pink coin up ahead is the first we will have seen out of... Whoops. 6. So, likely 5 and a safety. I don't know if we've missed one already, but I don't think we have. Certainly doesn't look that way. Well, let's keep that in mind, that the balloon path here is going to be a pink coin path. Okay. Yeah, just hold jump all the way and it does work. Maybe everybody just does full jumps and just didn't manage to get tested against people who don't, but, you know, once you figure out a system for making the mechanic play with you cooperatively, then it does come together somewhat. Whoops. That's the right idea. We just didn't manage to fall on the wall correctly. Okay, we'll try it again. Nope. And we're going to die to the state switch there. On the spike block. column to column. We got it. Just need to build up good habits for it. Make it function. Yeah, it does feel a lot better once you get a bit more well-practiced at it, but I think that's, you know, exactly the kind of situation that might lead a well-practiced player to kind of potentially lose sight of how it handles when you're still in the learning process. And nevertheless, we're going to make the best of it. See if we can get all the bonus objectives as we usually do, except, you know, even just a little bit of minor slipping here, as you can see, does create fairly significant problems. Oops. The bonus balloons, yeah, I'm 100% on bonus content in 7MMC so far. I don't intend to stop. Bonus route here will be the pink coins, though. It's pretty clear to me that's what it is, since they... Well, the only pink coin we've seen so far is in an optional placement. I've seen 2 or 3 of these levels, I see. Okay. That timing works out, at least. Whoops. Yeah, once again, got pushed. Yeah, it's basically one big consistency check for doing the specific interaction that the level wants you to do with the wall jumps. Okay, let's keep going out. Nope, once again got pushed. And then if you get pushed even once, like if you fall off the pattern, there's no real recovery. You just basically have to suffer through it. There is this training segment at the very beginning, of course, that gives you a safety net and tells you to pull back against the wall, but once you're past that, you become quite short on second chances. But yeah, you would think that by the end of this training segment, making so many jumps, the player would be comfortable with the central mechanic, but there's definitely still enough variance to make that potentially not the case. The fullest possible jump does seem to mitigate that problem, though, as I was saying before. Nope. Bad entry time. Even for those initial blocks there, everything seems cleaner if you just pull the full jump all the way every single time. This is not really my muscle memory habit, as I know from failing on certain kinds of levels as well, that traditional platforming has always kind of trained me to do a lot of mid-air corrections and little hesitations here and there, and it does kill you a lot in Mario Maker if you're not careful. Yeah, once again, I guess we didn't slide down for long enough because we were still within the skip squeak cooldown. So we tried to wall jump away from the red coin just a little too early, although it didn't seem like I had much of an error margin left, so we might just need to approach it higher. have a bit more sliding time on our way down towards it. Nope. Yeah, you miss even once. That is it. It actually has a deceptively high clear rate, I think. Possibly because the attempts are just long, perhaps. Because so far, mechanically, this feels like the trickiest one this week so far. That's certainly not reflected in the clear rate. Oops. Okay. Whoops. Anyway, down we go. Nope. Yeah. One slight disruption is not really recoverable so far as I can see because, you know, you just wind up sliding too low. Unless you manage to reset the pattern somehow. By recovering to a lower position in the correct switch state and in the correct direction relative to the wall that you want. Nope. Once again, on the red column there, we just got bumped. Well, given that we haven't even seen coin 1 yet, or at least we have seen it, but we haven't collected it successfully, I'm not terribly optimistic about the way this one is going, but we'll see. Nope. Yeah, way too much of a slide there, unfortunately. So, depending on how attempts on this one go, we will see if we can actually close out the rest of the set in today's sitting. And I know theoretically the toughest one should be out of the way, but okay, we'll at least try to make it out of this segment here. Anyway, we'll do the slide down here. A nice long slide down here. And nope, that's not going to go. I feel like we should have just gone directly for that 50 coin, perhaps with a bit of a twirl, although in 3D World, as usual, the twirl can be a bit deceptive because it actually lowers your angle as opposed to giving you a bit more airtime the way that the stall does in NSMBU. Okay, so... oh, going on a first cycle here, it might actually be a really bad idea. Yeah, we should actually wait. Doing first cycle there doesn't really seem to work that well. Maybe somebody who's been going for speedrun times could disagree. Could be that we're just a little bit off there, but not exactly sure. Doesn't seem like it's worth the risk, though, to be that impatient about that segment. Anyway, let's keep going. Once again, full as possible jumps will mostly mitigate the pushing problem. If you get pushed while you're still in the jump state, perhaps. Nope. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, we'll just make it happen step by step. We'll gain some height as we go if we can. Seems like we're still very early on in this. That's the thing. With lots left to do. What do we say about not going on a first cycle? That's okay, we made it. Nope, bad idea. I was trying to skip over to the 50 that time, and that didn't quite go. And yeah, so far this actually feels like by far the trickiest one in this set. I mean, couldn't necessarily have told that from the clear rate or the project star rating or anything like that going in, but certainly how it seems to me, probably just as a function of various bad platforming habits. Let's get it, we'll make it work. Okay, there we go. At long last, coin 1, and there's quite a lot more to go. Two coins and a checkpoint. We'll take it. Okay, gotta react pretty quickly here to the Thwomp encouraging you forward. It doesn't force a certain on-off state at the beginning of this as well, of course, going into the type transition. Oh, saw the arrow there and I assumed long jump, but perhaps I'm wrong about that. Didn't really take a look at the central mechanism here in terms of what that whole switching mechanism we're moving towards is doing. Whoops. No time to read the mechanisms, actually. We're just kind of going with the indications as we see them. Keeping our eyes peeled for pink coins if necessary, but yeah, the fire is mostly just an anti-locking mechanism, I think. And once again, we do need a full jump there to avoid the wall push from the state switch. That's just an accidental input on my part, I think. Up diagonal, making the twirl happen. Instead of the long jump as intended. Whoops. One certain repeated theme was seen on the stream is that holding down the jump button for the greatest possible length during complex maneuvers is a pretty pervasive problem. It's an issue that I encounter fairly often with things like item handling in a Kaizo context. Let's see if we can correct that further. Okay. Pretty good up pipe entry there, and we miss the block, so pretty visible pink coin there. We'll redo that segment to try to make a grab at it. It did look slightly out of reach, but let's see if there's anything that we need to do there other than just hitting it on target, which hopefully shouldn't be too difficult as long as we get a higher wall jump. Yeah, very tempting always with wall jumps to just tap into them unless you have a very specific long-range target to go to, but here we gotta break some old habits of muscle memory. Nope, that's a miss once again. We should probably scout ahead at that point, but I do want to ensure that we grab that coin on the way over. And it's just a matter of going a little higher off that wall jump, I think. Nope, too early. We basically want our feet to touch the yellow coin up at the point of the wall jump. I needed to go a little earlier than I did before, but not that early. Nope. Pretty big miss there once again. Nope. Just don't have it yet. I think we just need a very specific spacing on that jump that we're not quite hitting. It's just tight. I think it's just a normal jump. It's just tight. I don't think there's anything different that we need to do other than manipulate the spacing. Yeah, like I was saying, we haven't really gotten a good look at that central switching mechanism yet. Oh yeah, it's just a bunch of P-switches that make the on-off switch happen. Must be some kind of collision priority in play here just to make sure the mechanism is responsive. Because I'm wondering why there's the big skip squeak P spiny mechanism and the spiky skip squeak that we had in the earlier sections. And it might just be correcting for responsiveness somehow. I'm not exactly sure. you know, just to make sure, perhaps, that the various switch activations don't interfere or collide with each other in some way. Difficult to tell exactly without actually playing around with that switching mechanism myself. But you can see how there's a whole series of collisions there with the E-switches constraining the Spiny and the Spiny doing the on-off activation as it goes. When the big Skip Squeak bumps it from below. There we go. Dash panel. Okay. I don't know about that. That Skip Squeak didn't seem very avoidable there. I think maybe I needed to do an additional jump. Because I just got dunked right on top of it, and I don't know how that could have changed, unless I forced it to jump somehow in order to maintain it in place, instead of having it pull forward. I'm not exactly sure. I was so satisfied with grabbing some of those pink coins on the first try. Numbers 3 and 4. It's kind of too bad that it looked like I was in an unavoidable situation. But we'll see. It might have been avoidable with some adjustments, but if at that point it was already too late to avoid the spiky Skip Squeak that was chasing after me, I don't know at which point it became a problem. Yeah, nice use of the blocks there to enforce or rather encourage certain jumps. Okay, so I'm ahead this time. I guess I'm supposed to do one additional long jump at the end. I'm not exactly sure. I think the chase sequence is going to take a few attempts to really sort out properly. Maybe we just keep long jumping and hope for the best. At least we're hitting that with some consistency. Yeah, the twirl earlier was setting me behind pace a little bit, so we need to let the Skip Squeak bump itself. It's a fun concept, it just seems a little inflexible in places, where even one little correction could throw off your timing enough that you don't beat the chase. Because I think little adjustments like the twirl I was doing earlier were enough to set me off. When it does come together, it looks spectacular. But you do need to follow a pretty specific series of instructions to make that happen. Yeah, this little time delay here actually works pretty well in the level's favor. We need you to switch toggle before the clear pipe entry, and the responses would be timed exactly as it should. No long jump there. I should have maybe not played around with it quite so much. Yeah, once again, getting a little better at hitting that coin. This activation here is the one I was talking about earlier. Dash panel traps you in place. Yeah, no twirl over here. There's no flexibility for that. Yeah, it's the skip squeak bump against that wall that absolutely must happen at a certain time, which is why you don't have much wiggle room in either direction as the player, because you do depend on the skip squeak bumping the wall like that on its way over the first time. And if you're a little delayed beyond that, you're not going to get past it. Whoa, that was unfortunate. Kind of like I wasn't sliding down red for long enough, but I should have been because I was able to hit the pink coin with the intended timing, so... might have been a bit of inconsistency there with the responsiveness. Anyway. Just continue to chase. Leave the long jumps a little later than I've been doing, perhaps. Okay, so I hit this. Seems okay. Okay, everything but the safety coin. And then P-switch releases. And we have an additional jump to release the pipe. Yeah, there we go. So we're in good shape, actually. As long as we get a safety coin. Okay. It's not going to be until after this fight, because it is going to be something key-based. This fight reminds me very specifically of another maker. So this level is by Mr. Garrison. But this particular boss fight, if some of you know Glitch 9700, this feels like such a Glitch style fight. We haven't seen one of those in a long time, but if you've seen one of them, you know exactly what I mean. They used to be quite a pretty big presence in some of the viewer level streams, including my own. Okay, yeah, we just need to fire to the left a few times successfully. We should be okay. Don't need to pay too much attention as long as we rely on that launching mechanism to do its job. The shells do clear themselves pretty well from time to time, so... and then we need to make it out before everything hits me from below. But yeah, you don't actually need to pay attention to too much here, despite the fact that it may initially look like a noisy fight. You just need to dunk the shells on the left and then release them with a jump, because even if they're in a static location as they come out of the pipe, the spring below takes care of them afterwards, and any stray shells get cleared by their immediate successors, so it's not actually too busy. You just need to sort of initially read what's going on, and that all it is dunking this to the left and then jumping again. And there's a bit of advanced preparation for the fire mechanic just from the previous platforming segment, so... and yeah, Kavik, we've had plenty of chokes so far. But hey, we made it through to this point with the 5 previous pink coins intact, so... Anyway, Calvik, good to see you here. Wearing the big green troll face as usual, I'm sure. Alright, let's dunk this. Oh. And let's not choke too badly this time, unless we need a mushroom for the final coin or something. We'd better wall jump out of this. Nope. Platform below? Okay, great. We'll take it. We will go with the Goomba Hat, best item in the game. And here's the freeze frame balloon. I wonder what the other warp block is for then. Maybe there's something else going on here. No, it's a freeze frame. Then why is there another warp block for the top of the flagpole? That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Unless there's a pipe entry, perhaps. No? That seems awfully suspicious. Because if I picked up the safety coin and then I immediately got dunked into the warp block here. Time to wait 450 seconds. Maybe so. Shooting the pipe. I'm thinking that might be it, unless the pipe just cycles you around at the end of the flagpole segment. Because what, it looks like these pipes just spit a bunch of items at you, right? And we've expended them all at this point. Nothing going on, I don't think. I don't know if that is anything. Because I don't see where we could have missed an additional key. I mean, this is past key death at this point, so we're not repeating it. There's a skip squeak. Kill it when you arrive. Exit the warp box and there's a... Oh, okay. Is there really? Ah, okay. Except we... Yeah, we chase it down. I see. There we go, there we go. And we need to jump up towards this then. Here we go. Extra special bonus. Skip squeak face. Okay, great. Well, thank you for the GGs, and thank you for being much more observant than I am, Calvik, with everything coming out of the first freeze frame warp box at the end, so... Yeah, this one took a little getting used to, because as I was saying, the central mechanic makes a big assumption about the way that you play, which is that it is expecting that you are going to hold a full jump out of every wall jump. Once I figured that out, it went relatively smoothly, but it took a bit of stumbling to get there. Yeah, pretty good spectacular central section, of course. It's just a matter of adjusting to the central mechanic over time. Anyway, we don't have too much left in this week's set. Next one is going to be by Red Ripper. Oh, we'll look at the comment art first in case there is any. And no art yet. But we're going to be looking at Steam Surfin' Steelworks, if we can find it. It's got to be somewhere here. Steam Surfin' Steelworks. Anyway, this is by Red Ripper. Red Ripper, I think, is a very popular traditional maker who is new to me. I haven't played his work previously, but we'll hopefully get a sense of what he's capable of here in a level where you surf the steam. Can Mario avoid being melted and mashed in this incinerator? Am I planning to play some horror games for October? I don't know if I'll have time. For the rest of the year, the only things I'm actually planning to pick up at this point are Tunic and Bayonetta. And Bayonetta comes out just in time for Halloween, so I guess that sort of adds a bit of demonic flavor. Right now, I'm in the late stages of Return to Monkey Island. That's the thing that I've been streaming when I'm not playing Mario Maker. And it looks like we're pretty close to the end, but there's still a fair bit left to do. But yeah, for the rest of October, next big landmark is likely to be Bayonetta, and we're going to fit in Tunic at some point if we can. Because, of course, I've been highly encouraged to play and stream it by many people, including yourself. So, anyway, I actually am enjoying Return quite a lot so far. I think the first few chapters are, you know, pretty straightforward, standard fare, but I'm in Act 4, and I actually do appreciate the way it's opened up, and I actually quite like a lot about the new interface. But we'll have more to say about that when I'm actually finished with the game, which I'm not. Anyway, the long description on the website says, after being dumped in a Bowser's trash compactor, you must surf across the puffs of steam exhaust to avoid being minced and melted. That sounds like Twisters, but I don't know if that's true. So, let's try it. I'll see you when I finish. Oh, probably. Like I've been saying, Kavik, I met Ron Gilbert about a decade ago, and I asked him to tell me the secret of Monkey Island, and he actually did. And I don't know if it's the same secret that's in this latest game, but I'm looking forward to finding that out. I don't expect it would be, but, you know, it's probably just a stock answer that he had for parties. I'll DM you what he said. Actually, I don't want to just blurt it out on stream, even though it doesn't matter at this stage with the new game already released. Just give me one moment. Actually, no, I'll DM you after the stream. It's a little easier for me. And let's see. Now, because it was an answer I saw him give again to somebody else years later, and it involves bananas. Anyway, let's pay attention to the level. Okay, so it's not Twisters, it's clouds that we're dealing with here, and we'll just need to be a little more cautious about picking up each of the pink coins along the way, because once again, the pink coin route looks like it is going to be the way to Ballooner Landing. Whoops. Okay. Now, let's see. Yeah, I'm just not curving around that very accurately. Let's just, you know, do simple things simply, given that this is a 5% clear level, and we might just be getting a little tired at the end. Here. So it's this level, and it's going to be a troll by Daft Life, and that's going to be it for this week. So hopefully I'm able to stay long enough to wrap it all up. At least it's not a repeat of last week's situation where we spent longer than I care to admit on the Rubik's Cube puzzle. Whoops. Anyway, let's remember how to drive a cloud. You would think that after all this time I can still drive a cloud. Whoa, yeah. The custom scroll here catches me off guard just a little bit, but I guess if we continue... Yeah, and then the scroll just freezes here. Bandit Otter, Rubik's Cube is the name of one of the makers who was involved in last week's set in 7MMC. And that level was literally just a Sudoku-style mathematical grid puzzle, which is just pure constraint satisfaction. There was no actual Mario gameplay per se, but it was one big code entry level that was all about deciphering grids. And it's terrific, it's legitimately great. But it took me a long time to develop a note-taking style for it that made sense, and I also misinterpreted some of the rule set for the longest time and got away with it for too many puzzles before I realized my mistake. Kavik, my thoughts on the Mario film trailer. Yeah, we had a bit of a chat about it earlier in the stream, and I was saying that it's, I mean, I was previously just not really interested in it at all, but once the poster dropped earlier this week, and a trailer as well, but much more so the poster, I think I was a lot more interested. I've been saying that my baseline for expectations for it is similar to something like the Peanuts movie from Blue Sky many years ago, where, you know, I'm not expecting it to be like there's going to be a certain regression to the mean here in terms of it's having to appeal to a mass market, but that it's going to do so, I think, while having that. I feel like the marketing this week was specifically calculated to try to build confidence among the existing Mario player base and the people who actually care about the IP, in terms of assuring us that it's going to draw across a pretty deep as well as broad understanding of what the series has to offer when it comes to things like character designs and locations and whatever else. I think the Mushroom Kingdom looks beautiful. I think the environment art is likely to be the star of the show. Bandit Otter, the new film, is not live action. I actually mean to revisit the 1993 live action film. I feel like I'd appreciate what it was trying to do a lot more now, in fact. But anyway. No, I knew that the cloud was blinking there. We were just slow to react. The floating Bowser ship rings itself to the ground by dropping heavy weights and reeling itself in. Yeah, that's what they do around here. I actually wonder if I can just speed through some of this using the mushroom instead of dawdling around the cloud for so long. In fact, deliberately damage boosting might be a pretty legitimate approach to this. But yeah, I mean, you know, as far as the film goes, it looks very on-model, but very cinematic in its own way in terms of a lot of the design changes, like the design changes to Mario's face, etc., obviously being tailored to the kind of range of expression that they want for a fully animated feature film. And certainly so far I don't see anything but the tone that offends me. I'm not very happy with the trailer music, I will say that. And yeah, Kavik, I think that it was very clear to me from the start that Miyamoto revived the idea of a big Super Mario film project due to his positive experience working on the Pikmin shorts. And given how the Pikmin shorts turned out, I mean, I was fairly happy with them, to be honest. I have revisited them fairly recently because I was introducing somebody to Pikmin and found that to be a very useful hook. I think there are plenty of reasons to have confidence in the project. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a landmark piece of cinema or anything, but I think it's going to occupy, potentially, a place where it could be something endearing, I suppose. And at the very least, it'll be a big fan service trivia show for those of us who want to look out for that kind of thing. I noticed with the poster, for instance, that one of the things that struck me immediately was how committed it was to giving the impression that all eras of the franchise were going to be represented. You have the music boxes from the SMB3 world map. You have the Bitty Bugs from the more recent 3D games. You know, you have the penguins from Mario 64 that are in the trailer. It feels like there's a concerted effort to give us the impression, at least in what we've seen so far, that the use of the Mario IP is not going to be something surface level, it's not going to be something stripped back. It's not even going to be something as minimal or back to basics as what people always complain about with the latest Paper Mario games, for instance. And yeah, very curious about what they'll do with Performance Spike. For sure. And whoops. Oh, there we go. Let's pay attention here. I've maybe not been completely on the ball in this level so far. Okay. Let's try to focus a little bit here. It's a relaxed enough level that it makes for a good background for conversation, but at the same time I should pay more attention to when my cloud is actually blinking away. Whoops. Like right here, for instance. And yeah, the auto-scroll is going to stop. Yeah, there are a few surprises in this level when it comes to the custom scroll tugging away at me unexpectedly, or, you know, just predicting where it's going to stop, but we'll make it work. Yeah, Abandoned Auto, surprisingly, it's actually calling back to the original Mario instruction manual lore. In terms of Mario getting thrown into the Mushroom Kingdom from the plumbing business, you have to remember that when Super Mario Bros. Was originally launched, the Mario Bros. Arcade game, the Versus arcade game, with all the sidesteppers and all that, that was already a thing, right? And moreover, Donkey Kong was already a thing. And that the Mushroom Kingdom was a new adventure for somebody who was already established. First as a carpenter and then as a plumber, but regardless, you know, somebody who's being thrown into new circumstances. And it seems like it is keeping that. The thing to understand about Hollywood writing on this budget scale is that all of it is kind of heavily doctored and overcooked and, you know, focus tested to death, and you have rewrites upon rewrites and all kinds of disputes in the guild for who gets credit for what contribution and what draft, etc. And it's honestly a miracle that the screenplays come out as coherently as they do, and coherence is in some ways the least we can expect. But there's a reason that productions on this budget scale are basically not known for their writing, with very few exceptions, I think. Reminds me that I actually do need to see the new Spider-Verse film, perhaps, because Into the Spider-Verse is actually one of the few big works of mainstream targeted animation I've seen in the past few years where, you know, it kind of made me go, my goodness, I can't believe people actually still know how to write this kind of thing, because it was kind of shockingly competent from a screenwriting perspective, in a way that I had not come to expect. And I'm certainly not expecting anything of that level. I mean, you have to remember that with a lot of projects like this, and with most Hollywood blockbuster cinema, to be fair, screenwriting is not what motivates the projects. Usually it's just one of the bits of glue that holds things together, in the way that the musical score is one of the bits of glue that holds things together, but it's not the project's reason for being, and it's not the basis upon which scenes are conceptualized, right? And so you just kind of have to calibrate your expectations accordingly. Fun fact, I actually did used to write film reviews for a small independent newspaper ages ago. Back when things were sort of in print and not so available online. I'm actually kind of grateful that work's not available online, because honestly it wasn't very good. But I tended to be handed everything on the animation desk. Not because I'm an artist myself, but just because I tended to watch a lot of that stuff and had a bit of a cultural background in it. And anyway, the plus is that you get complimentary film tickets, and in fact you get paid to see things. The minus is that you start to detect industry patterns very quickly, and you become very cynical about the whole thing, even faster than usual, I would say. Anyway. And yeah, Kevik, you're saying you didn't think Into the Spider-Verse was all that good. I think it's partly, you know, the kind of shock value of just having something be... having a film like that be possible in industry circumstances where superhero films, and especially films with the Marvel IPs, are in the state that they're in. Where I've never been terribly optimistic about that, so... Anyway, 7MMC, we have a cloud up here, we've got a key, let's see what happens. Yeah, I was at a big independent animation festival just about, was it 1 week or 2 ago? No, 2 weeks ago, I think. And it's always refreshing to just go through piles and piles of short films for people who are not at all beholden to consensus Hollywood aesthetics, if you know what I mean. And due to COVID, of course, I hadn't been to a lot of big festival screenings like that for several years, so it was kind of a refreshing experience. No, I think Into the Spider-Verse is very well structured in a conventional sense, and that's the thing. That, you know, we used to be able to take that for granted, and nowadays it's so rare for something to just be well structured in a totally conventional sense, I guess. Yeah. It's not surprising to me that it's somewhat beloved. Anyway, we got it. We got a secret. It wasn't too big a deal, thankfully, despite my awful flying and lack of attentiveness to when the cloud was going to expire. Let's take a look at the comments. We've just got one more remaining this week, just a troll, I believe. Barnstorm bringing the artwork once again. And here we go. Yeah, Kavik is not even multiverses, but I think a lot of crossover events in general, or, you know, big cross-IP mashups and such, tend to be pretty confused. in terms of trying to do too much at once and not being particularly focused, where you know, they're only sort of interesting insofar as they create some kind of alternative to a norm that has already been established by telling you, like, what if these characters were in different circumstances, or what if you took this established material and spun it in a different way. But in order for that to work, the base of established material has to be very strong in the first place. And I've been thinking about that a lot in relation to Star Trek, actually, because I've been watching crazy amounts of Star Trek this year. But and thinking about, you know, things that were unique to television series in the older pre-serial format that they had before the 2000s. But anyway, let's not get too sidetracked by that. Let's pull up the next level first, because I am running the stream a little bit long already. Here's the Crate Escape, if we can find it. This is a troll level by Daft Life. I'm sure we can expect some janky crate mechanics here and there. Boom Boom has stolen your gift for 7 MMC. Take it back. No, Bandit Otter, they were, but it's more that... I mean, serials go way back to early Hollywood in terms of things that just have cliffhanger after cliffhanger and often go unfinished. But there was a big revival in television series having big season-long arcs or series-long arcs as being their main focus, rather than having a story of the week or monster of the week or whatever. And it was a big shift that happened in the 2000s, mainly because of the rise of DVD box sets and a few influential shows like The Wire, The Sopranos, etc. Now, TV is not my specialty at all. I'm mostly a feature film person, so I can't speak to that with much more specificity or expertise, but that's the kind of rough sketch of what I think was a major social shift that has kind of defined a paradigm that continues to this day, especially with streaming services having continued the model of people taking in entire seasons in one go. Let's play. Okay, crate mechanics and Boom Boom. So we pick up the crate, what do we... And, okay, that happens. Daft Life was, I think, one of the collaborators on the Bearware-hosted 10-Maker Troll collaboration last week as well. That's a no. Okay. Now we know. I guess that just shows you that you can ground pound a crates. Okay. Possibly we just go back up the pipe and see if anything happens differently. No, just a Boom Boom that's about to squash me. Okay, we'll avoid that. Can we do anything differently here? So this dropped. Boom Boom drops up top. I may have already failed something then. Yeah, perhaps this didn't expect me to go immediately through the pipe. Keep trying to clip through, yeah. We'll try a few things. A couple of blocks blocking my way up here. I think we need to take a crate through. We need to obtain a crate, and that's why it says "aw" at the beginning, because if you stomp it, then you're already dead. What you're supposed to do is catch a crate. It invites you to grab this one, but you actually need to grab this one, and then once you throw it over, then the bounce is going to raise the blaster like this. And then you can take it forward again if you really want to, in case anything interesting happens. And that's going to happen. Okay. Okay, down we go. No, this was already a problem, unless we just go forward. Yeah, No, that's fine, because the state switch just happens, and that's all we needed to make that work. We did need an additional crate over here, though, so I shouldn't have smashed that. Probably should have grabbed that. Unless there's a block under here? No, there isn't. You think the crate survives, yeah. Yeah, we just need to keep the crate, perhaps. Yeah, it does seem like it's a big crate escort. I strongly suspect that. So we're actually going to hang on to the crate, expecting the state switch once we drop down below. And then we just take it forward like this. Except without bouncing myself. Oh yeah, Kavik, I can totally tell. I think this week, though, they... I understand that the organizers had some planning issues with this week in particular, which was why the trailer didn't launch yesterday. Because they were making some very last-minute adjustments to what was or wasn't getting in. Actually, some of the people organizing, like Mr. Electrodude, are here, so they can speak to that. Whoops. But I understand that they were kind of in a bit of a bind to put this week together, so it's kind of nice that the better levels this week turned out as well as they did, because, yeah, we go under the crate, we go to the right. Okay. Yeah, the document one this week in particular, I think, was a big highlight. One of the more puzzly things that he's made, in my experience. And we were having a conversation about that earlier in the stream about how it seemed like things that are kind of a combination puzzle platformer had gone way out of fashion in the transition between Maker 1 and Maker 2. And your level should be next week. Yeah, I understood that they had 6 weeks mapped out, so looking forward to what you cooked up with Lecter this time around. Okay, so we know the Poke goes left. We do need to bounce it though, but we need to sneak under. I needed to keep the crate. That's not the way you do it. Okay, there's a bit of crate jink that we need to master here in order to make this work. Unless, of course, we have some hidden state switching. Like that. Except we needed a crate toss over here to bump the Piranha, and we don't have that, so... This being troll level, it's going to be SD Central. As far as I know. Now, this is absolutely a troll level, yeah. As I was saying, Daft Life was one of the people in the 10 Maker troll collaboration last week, I think. I've seen some interesting ideas with 3D World Trolls before. Mostly involving things like boomerang deflections, but... Okay, there we go. That's better. Yeah, some of it is just figuring out the execution of certain crate interactions. We know jumping forward before that there's another hidden state switch, so we'll just do it. Rather than tossing anything, because I think the crate would actually just block me on the pipe if I tried to throw it. Now, yeah, left and right. Seems like there are more interactions down below to the right, so that's probably the way to go. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, no, we need to wait for this to bounce the Poke up properly. You know, you would think that after all the crate training we had with Kavik's puzzle last year, would be a little bit better at predicting some of these crate movements by now, but the 3D world collisions being what they are, you never know. Okay, there we go. And then jump. And then... yeah, we'll just stand out of the way. Stand out of the way a little longer, perhaps. And just steadily inch our way forward. Okay. Anyway, let's head up over here. Anything else? Guess not. Not yet. Okay. I mean, the crate is blocking me at this point, so I guess taking this isn't going to make much sense, but... I think we need to drop the crate first, and then if we drop the crate, then it lands on top of the Goomba head, and then we can pick it up beside the Goomba head. We've seen a couple of crate stacking puzzles that work that way, with blocking a power-up using the crate collision. That's probably what this is. Okay. So yeah, we'll dunk it first. The arrow is just going to be deceptive here. And... yeah, I wonder what made the collision with the Goomba head happen earlier then. Place? No. Why would I? Yeah, so I specifically don't want to bounce the crate over to the right side, but I also don't know if I can keep it. No, I don't think I can then. Because I'd have to be able to skip over to Goomba Hat in order to do that. Unless you pick up the Goomba Hat first, expend it, and then pick up the crate. So you just drop the crate first, you grab the Goomba Hat, you lose the Goomba Hat, you pick up the crate again. And that should work. And I should have been able to figure it out on the previous attempt, but... yeah, we had more than enough information to work with there. Okay. Let's do that. Over to the left and over to the right. So yeah, here it's just going to be a drop. You pick up, face, pick this up again, tap, and then continue. Now, this swamp placement might be interesting. I guess we'll just have to see if there's some remote switch activation that happens. I mean, I obviously don't just want to toss the crate, given that I would just block myself in the... like, this is quite a crate level, yeah. Crate levels usually are. I think maybe the crate toss could potentially do something to dislodge... I mean, I'd be concerned that it would just end up here. But then maybe you can just shove the swamp somehow. I'm thinking about the swamp logic here in terms of how we can potentially displace it. Well, let's think about it. I mean, this would just block me, right? It does, but not if I follow the crate immediately. So it does give me sufficient room, but we need to get into pipe and pop out before the crate has a chance to fall. and that should have been obvious. I just didn't know if the crate would actually give the Thwomp that much of a push coming out of the other side, but that was a reasonable thing to infer, so... Okay. Anyway. Oh yeah, I just forgot about this. I mean, that's half the battle with troll levels, is just remembering the things you've already done. Purely as memory check. There we go. Okay. Okay. Yeah, jump. So we just try to keep track of what we're doing here instead of being on autopilot, which is really half the risk. Control levels. Drop the crate. Do the power-up swap thing here. And that's fine. We just need to follow up the Thwomp afterwards. There we go. Seems okay so far. And you have a checkpoint here. Now, why would we want to jump on Boom Boom? Because that creates problems. Okay. There's also something below that point. Anyway, that's a checkpoint fake out, I suppose. First thing to try will be to toss this, although notice that we have a crate here, and also we are starting in the off state, so if we die at checkpoints, then there are going to be some changes. But until then, we're going to find out what happens. I guess I was supposed to catch that. It was possible to do so. Oh, I should have wall jumped up there just to see what would happen. I assume it would be blocked off. Anyway, back to this state. Yeah, just a matter of seeing what's going on, as usual. And making sure we don't get trapped. Okay, let's catch it once again. Oh, whoops. Game audio cut off again? Okay. Can't hear the level laugh at me. Yeah, sorry it's been so buggy today. It's been unusually bad after a couple weeks of having mostly calmed down. Okay, let's try it. Okay, so we obviously don't want to put the crate in there unless there's some kind of collision that I should be aware of. We might be able to use the crate as a blocking piece to block the Piranha on the way over. That's almost correct. That's almost correct. I feel like that's maybe the right way to think about it, but... Oh, nope. Smashed it. There's probably some nuance that we need to work out in that area. The thing about 3D world collisions is that there's a very fine line between trolls and intended behavior. Anyway, let's... Okay, let's just cut that off. Bad idea. Is that guy still chomping? That might be the right approach, though. It's just that the front plant is kind of in a way. Let's redo this. And pay attention this time, perhaps. Okay, we can jump it. That works. Not elegant, but it works. And then we can bump this thing. Let's get off this. Okay, I was wondering what was going to happen. I assumed that it was something to do with the on-off switch, or rather on-off state blocks that was standing on top of. That wasn't quite right, but you knew there was going to be something. It was just a matter of which direction you were going to go, and perhaps we worked it out in the end. Yeah. That might not be the most efficient way to do it, but it works, so we'll keep it. So standing on the right side is fine. Okay, so this is going to be something interesting, I'm sure. Stun log, okay. Now if we go down one tile, does that suddenly switch on me? No. So what's the whole trick here? What's the whole idea that this state switch blocks this off? Let's scout. Nope, it's not. Okay, so we can bump this guy here, and that's what happens. Whoops, a little bit of guesswork involved, but, you know, we'll make it. I'm totally not paying attention. Or rather, I'm still thinking ahead to the segment that we failed at earlier, and so that's usually a sign of trouble when we do need to be attentive to some of the preceding interactions that we've already theoretically solved. Yeah, you're probably supposed to just run into the pit ahead, in fact. I feel like I'm probably doing that the long way, but we'll take it. Now, what was the issue here? That it gets crushed, but is there a reason why we don't want it to get crushed? We can see about this 10 coin. Okay, that just fishes you out. We do need at least one on-off state switch to get through that area, though, so... Nope, that's not how it goes. I was curious. But you can also just jump up immediately and outpace it. That might be the better way to do it, in fact. For efficiency's sake, but... Whoops. go, popping out like that. Yeah, you just outpace it. That's all it is. Okay, so there was the whole stun lock here. There was the bomb being set off and a whole interaction with Boom Boom. I guess that's going to happen if you get within range of the Boom Boom that spawns on the right side. But we need that to happen, though. We need one state switch. The problem is the state switch blocking off the pipe that's on the other side, and I don't think that's avoidable. So I don't even know what I'm trying to avoid here. I guess we kept this without going low. Let's do some wall jumping down here in case there's anything interesting, but doesn't look like it. And this gets you within fish range. This tile is blocked off if you're not careful. And that just fires fish at you indefinitely. Possibly we do just need to dodge the fish and then continue. Nope. That's not going to be it. Possibly if we displace the piranha plant, we can get back out. I don't like that. That doesn't seem quite right. I feel like something here with the whole Boom Boom stun lock needed to be avoided, but it's unclear to me just exactly what. I believe this was a block down here that we couldn't get past, so we probably shouldn't just jump into that blindly. Even though there is clearly some kind of on-off state switch that does happen at that point. I mean, this is... Oh, okay, spike ball. Alright, so that's fine. We can throw this and go. And we can in fact pick this up afterwards. That's the answer. Okay. We'll take it. 7 MMC, but is there a secret I have not seen yet? There should be. There's a balloon room waiting for me somewhere. Anyway, pretty close to the ending. And yeah, we just need to remember to run ahead. If there is something like a balloon ending at the end, we haven't seen any particular candidate for it just yet. And we'll just jump it. There we go. Okay. Alright, so we just need to wait for the spike ball to do its business first. And pick this up. And back down. So yeah, we can send ourselves to the right side. I wonder if we can just go back through this pipe. We should be able to, because we have a crate. So why wouldn't I do this? That's why. Okay. Well, now we know. That was worth testing, though. I mean, either it's something that works or it doesn't, right? We did have to check at some point. Whoops. Yeah, the other trolls that have been in 7MMC so far have not really particularly tried to hide their balloons. I mean, they were pretty obvious since the focus was on the trickery of the main path anyway. Don't know if that's the case for this one, because we are pretty much at the ending. And it's just a matter of how much ending there is. Yeah, I kind of like the way that this ejects the crate back to you, though. That's a nice little sequence there. Yeah, the thwomp does come down and prevent me from doing much else. What if, though, I laid the crate down on the on a dash panel, and camped out on top of it until the thwomp came down, and then jumped up the left side column? I feel like that has some potential. I feel like there's more going on there than meets the eye. Okay. Don't want to take this just yet. I want to try that first, since we're at the ending anyway. This will obviously lead to the spike death, but let's just scan the camera a little bit and see what's up, because I feel like there's more to do. And I'd rather start from this position. I think the thwomp area is worth checking. But it depends on whether the dash panel interaction is what I think it's going to be. We're not leaving here without meeting the balloon quota. Whoops. Getting to the point of the stream where reaction time is a bit delayed is perhaps not very good for having a troll level coming at the very end. Not very conducive to doing that successfully. Anyway, let's take a look at this thing again. I still don't really get it. Oh, I see. The point is to make you drop the crate. I see. Basically, if you're facing right, you drop the crate due to the stun lock and state switch. I didn't know that because we just never faced right up to that point, because I don't know how to read indications and didn't take the right arrow seriously to begin with. So we just never ran into that until now. Okay. So we'll just face left, actually. It's not even the jumping to avoid stun lock, it's just a facing direction that will do it just fine. If you do get stunned while facing left, of course, you just drop the crate to the left. You had no issues with that otherwise. Okay, so the thing I wanted to try was to... Yeah, I guess we can't really just drop the crate here, because you run into that problem, where if the wall is released and a crate actually goes straight through. Yeah, so you are supposed to bring the crate with you, but it does leave the question of whether we missed a balloon somewhere. Because I suspect we did. And I don't know if it's something that would be obtainable at this point. Because, of course, this level doesn't leave me a great deal of flexibility. Yeah, no harm in finishing the level to see what the last roll is. Exactly. Exactly. Possibly we have more things to come. No. Yeah, you don't really get the opportunity to do anything at that location. There isn't really anything I can do. Oh, whoops. A little push there. Have that happen before. Yeah, we'll at least grab clear. If there's some kind of secret I'm missing, we'll have to make up for it. Because so far, we haven't missed one yet, but you know, Troll Logic already feels like its own kind of secret hiding, and to see what we can make of it. Okay, let's tap. Yeah, so we did get pushed into the dash panel. There's the whole 7MMC text over here. Well, let's just walk through the interaction that we know, which is this. And then you've got this big spike ball over here, which may or may not do something interesting. What if... no. Oh, how do we manage to avoid that previously? We didn't actually run into that. Because we're busy working around it. Whoops, there we go. Remember that just in time. I suppose there is that spiny down there once we get rid of all this stuff. Ah, yeah, okay, and that blocks me off. I keep forgetting. I don't know if there is anything left to inspect, but... Oh, you know what? We can do this. Okay, well, that doesn't do anything too interesting. Yeah, as expected, that is blocked off. Anyway, really should pay attention to that, but scoping things up pretty carefully since we have seen everything up to the ending at this point. Oh, whoops. Oh, how did that happen? That was a terrible drop. That wasn't even a drop, I don't think. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, we got that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we may just grab the ending at this point, because I don't see where else there is for me to go if I can actually back out. Maybe those are the balloons already, I'm not really sure, but somebody can confirm for me perhaps whether there's some additional secret hunting I should be doing. Okay, we'll punch that. And maybe there's something going on here. Otherwise, we'll just grab clear. Because it seems clear to me at this point that if there is a secret, maybe it's not accessible from this final segment here, because I don't really see any options for movement. With the only suspicious thing being the Thwomp column on the left, and it seems like I'm somewhat formally blocked off from that, so... That was the Great Escape. Yeah, it seemed like we'd kind of been stalling at the ending for quite some time, but... Because we didn't really take back the gift now, did we? What is with all the Among Us characters this year? Oh, yeah, there is a present here somewhere. Note blocks everywhere. So, possibly we missed something here. Unfortunately, we did. I don't know if today will be staying long enough to check, but we can see if maybe the comments allude to it somehow. What's in the box? Yeah, so maybe somebody will have to confirm for me separately if there is something that we've missed. We'll just have to fold it into a different week of this because I should actually log off pretty soon. I'm glad we managed to make it through everything today in one sitting. Because aren't those supposed to be balloons exploding at the end, or am I just thinking of something else? I don't know. If there is a balloon room, it's... Oh, there is a balloon room. Look at the center there. Yeah, look at the central section. There is a balloon room. We may need to go back. You know what? Let's go back. I don't know if I'll stay long enough to actually see this through, but it behooves me to check while this is still fresh in memory. There is a balloon room. And only so many possibilities for where it could be. Now, the airship camera bob is going to be a nuisance from time to time, but we'll have to figure this out. Yeah, just going to proceed carefully to see if there's anything that we didn't account for here. Yeah, because you really do need to watch the camera quite a bit. You think it's inaccessible from the CPs? That's probably all the information I need to know. If there's something that's switched off. Swabfather, welcome Swabfather. Hope the streaming has been treating you well lately. We're just wrapping up with a bit of a secret hunt in this level. You know what? We're pretty early on here. Let's just check that. Okay. It's a whole lot of nothing. Yeah, Swabfather, I did see that you've been running a pretty intense schedule. Playing lots and lots of content, no doubt. And Jalumba, welcome. Yeah, Kavik, definitely take a look at Luca's level this week if you haven't. It's got some very interesting twists on the lava walking concept. It's been around for so long. As I was saying earlier in the stream, it's the only level that I can think of that actually made me appreciate the way that sinking enemies work in Maker 2 as opposed to Maker 1, because in general, I strongly prefer the Maker 1 logic of when they die and how long you can collide with them. But it was actually good use of the Maker 2 enemy logic in that level, so definitely something to be appreciated. Okay, Cheep's come down. I'm looking for anything that would allow me to reverse. I don't see it yet. This is the Goomba bit down here. Goomba bit doesn't seem to affect anything, except Goomba potentially allows me to take damage at some other location if we do lose the crate. And that's something we should keep in mind, that perhaps there is going to be somewhere here where deliberately taking damage with the Goomba hat actually is the preferred solution, rather than relying on the crate. Because we don't necessarily need the crate to get through gates if that's not our priority, right? I mean, look at all these hard blocks down here, for instance. Isn't that very suspicious? And look at a swamp. I feel like maybe it's possible to do something above the swamp. Look at that. There's a POW above the swamp. There's a POW block above the swamp. Now, why would we want to use that? And what can we do to get within range? So that's definitely something. So, if we get within POW range somehow... And Jalumba, thank you for the raid, by the way. I just noticed that because I was too busy paying attention to everything else going on in here. Hope the Maker stream has been treating you well on your end as well. And you said finally it let you raid, so I guess maybe Twitch is being glitchy. Yeah, we're actually going to be shutting off pretty soon here ourselves. We're finished the final level this week, and I'm just looking for the secret room. Throw a crate against the wall to lift up the swamp. No, I tried that on my way up earlier, and I don't think that was it. But it's possible if there's no on-off switch state in the next room, that maybe there's a power we can obtain that we can bring back with us. Or maybe there's... No, nothing in here. Yeah, there's clearly some way to get above the swamp or have a POW activation happen within range. That's obviously what it has to be. We might just need to reverse into this room, actually. We haven't reversed into it at all. And that might be all there is. Yeah, that actually is literally all there is. Okay, that was easy. That was almost purely observational, except not quite. It definitely was glitchy. Yeah, mine's been glitchy as well. My audio has been exploding all day. And, okay. So we know where it is now. We can just go back and do it, as long as we don't die too much. And again, it wasn't too hard to find, actually, once we started looking. Paying attention carefully. No, let's not forget this stuff. Oh, no, we got it. We got it. As long as we didn't bounce this thing, we're actually okay. So I didn't need to do the long method that I was applying there earlier. And you know what? Let's take the crate with me anyway, just in case. Just in case we need it to unlock the pathway. So anyway, Jalumba, thank you so much for bringing your crew over. However briefly. I'm very glad to have you come by once again. Okay. You know, why don't I just block that pipe? Why don't I just block that pipe? Actually, there is a safe location there on the top blaster, I think. But we'll need to get back there to see it properly. Not exactly speedrunning this. But at least it's pretty easily reachable from the beginning. Let's do it this way anyway. I don't trust myself to face left. Okay. And we'll take a crate with us just in case we haven't found it. You find it fascinating how many different ways to die find in levels? Yeah, that's what we call accidental playtesting, which is the best kind of playtesting because it emulates real behaviors, or at least real behaviors from me. Yeah, so that goes down, that's fine. We can wall jump up from here. In fact, since we can't carry the crate up, we might as well just block it. Unless we're supposed to enter the pipe, which may actually be the case. There we go. Okay. So we don't even need to enter the balloon room. We just let Boom Boom do his thing. We'll just watch the animation. It's his anger management room. The balloons are not actually making him any happier. Anyway. I think Boom Boom has run out of crates for his balloon therapy, so maybe that's our cue to go. Let's see if anybody left comments here. Although they didn't have much flexibility to do so. Whatever. Not too many comments on this one so far anyway. We've escaped the Great Escape. Assuming that's the only secret, I think it probably is. Oh, you never know. So, anyway, that does it for this week of 7MMC. I believe there is one official week left to go, which will be next week. As far as this week goes, to the extent I'm able to stream, we will be doing Return to Monkey Island. If anybody wants to keep up with my last-minute scheduling updates, we post them on our Discord. But it'll be Return to Monkey Island. We'll see if we can deal in some more viewer levels. We still have some other dangling commitments, like the final level of Splatoon 3 that I want to do at some point. And thank you once again for the raid from Jalumba earlier and the visits from everybody, old and new, friends and foes, I suppose. We'll pass you on to somebody else very shortly, and we'll be back for some more in the days to come. So, thanks for watching. We'll find an appropriate raid target, probably somebody else doing Mario Maker, but not always guaranteed. And until next time, fairly well. We might not do a Mario Maker raid, actually, because we have some Mario Maker friends who are playing some other things. But we'll decide that in just a moment. As always, though, have a great weekend ahead of you. Happy making, happy playing, and above all, fare thee well.